What's going on, everybody? First of all, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Am I... Oh my gosh, I think I clipped. Okay, wow. Yeah, Zara's telling me this mic was sounding a little bit hot. I don't know what the difference is. It's plugged into the desktop now. Chat, we're back on the desktop. We're back on the desktop. We're back, the full screen of chat, which I had to hit retry to actually see, which is, there we go, there we go. All right, so, RIP chatters who were trying to say something before. Oh my god, chat, look at this. I got this awesome bag of sticks from, the marketplace. No, there's, these are longan. Right, the sticks aren't even important. Like, nobody cares that they give you the sticks for free. Sounds better? Okay. Sounds better. Yeah, I just gotta... I think it's like my proximity to the mic. Alright, well, it is definitely party time. Because this is the premium Streamium. We're gonna do it a little bit differently this time, alright? I'm gonna try something different. I hope it works. I hope you like it, right? But the idea is this. You... the chatters, the voters, the content consumers, you get to choose the content to watch. I've got 4 basic options, right? Basic in that, you know, there's like places that we could go within these. If you weren't here last week, you know that there was too much slop for me to cover when it comes to Ethan Klein. He, I think I'm trying to count him up. I don't know. He did like 4 streams in a row of just like drama, and we didn't watch them all. And like whenever that happens, there's going to be all kinds of little gifts to us. Sounds better. Okay, Morbert, here's you. I'm glad you hear me. Yeah, I came in loud and clear, and then I was kind of worried. You can make baskets and hats out of those sticks. Maybe so. I don't know. This is what the, you know, it's what the point of the sticks is, right? This little thing. It's this little hard little nugget called a longan, and then you squeeze it, it opens, you peel it, and it reveals a tasty treat. And then you got to spit out the not so tasty seed. But goddamn, the fruit. The fruit is amazing. Yeah, I'm in my apartment. This is my apartment. I do want to, like, I'm going to show you around more when I've got a chance to. I don't know if I'm going to have to, like, do a phone stream to show you my entire apartment. I'll figure something out, chat. But yeah, this is going to be a little bit different, right? You can tell already by the poll. The poll is over on YouTube. If you're watching me on Twitch, feel free to pop over to nocommentchick on YouTube to vote. That is where the voting takes place. I wish I could do voting for you on Twitch, but it just doesn't work. It does not work. Speaking of Twitch, something happened while I was unable to see Twitch. It's weird. You know how they say the watched egg never boils? That implies that the unwatched egg is just like boiling away. That implies that the heat factor on the non-watched egg is like infinitely higher. Oh, check this out too. This is the butterfly pee I was talking about, all right? The butterfly from my hair came by and it peed, and apparently it was very well hydrated because I got all this butterfly pee out of it. Be careful not to dox yourself, that's true. What's up, general public? Welcome to your new apartment. Congratulations on having your desktop finally set up again, not being in a hotel, not living out of a suitcase. Yeah, it's an interesting feeling, chat. A whole ass month. I'm just making sure, are all the volumes okay? Do you need me to turn down the music on the music? But yeah, we're here, we're back, and I'm gonna try to kind of like leave it to you, the NCC viewers. I said we'd do a premium Streamium from the last stream that I had. That blue drink looks awesome. Yeah, I mean, it's like, look, there's a tea in it, right? This is how it works. There's like a flower. Yeah, it's the butterfly pea flower. That's the flower that the butterflies pee in. And all that pee gets collected into the flowers and turns them blue. Currently living in an extended stay hotel, trying to move into an apartment myself. That is a feeling. That is a feeling right there, Attack of the Hank. Congratulations on your apartment, Irene. Oh my gosh, Irene. But yeah, cheers to anybody out there with a drink in hand. Audio is good. Congrats on your new apartment. Thank you. Thank you. Well, congratulations, chat, on having hit the goal on the last stream before I left, thus earning a premium Streamium. Now, we've done this one in a lot of different ways in the past. You know, I've tried to make it I've tried to make it very substantial before.
Cliff super chatted $19.99. Balin in Bangkok.
Balin indeed. We are Balin. We're entirely Balin. Mock mock, Davy Cliff. We are Balin mock mock. Butterfly pea is red until it becomes oxygenated. You know, the funny thing about this stuff is it does. Now, I wasn't able to get it to do this because maybe I didn't put enough lime in it or something. Oh, wait, I have amla berry. Oh, I'm not going to mess with that. Even if even judges are getting arrested in the USA, you know, nobody's safe now. Yo, my sister, I told you, some people, I don't know if you were here for it, right? I might have mentioned this before. My sister was worried about me, right? Because I didn't want to talk to her about the reason that I came to Thailand, right? I didn't really get a chance to talk to her until I had already moved over here. And, you know, you're talking to somebody in the US from abroad, all right? So when I'm doing that, I'm going to limit, maybe you should too, the types of conversations that I have, right? Because, you know, the sort of way that those kind of communications are paid attention to when they're from outside of the United States into in the United States is a little different than, you know, just talking to somebody in the United States. And I just don't want to, I don't want to get my sister tied up into any of my political bullshit, right? But because I had to be so mysterious about it, right, and not specify why I was leaving these United States, she was worried about me. And I guess, you know, yeah, I could see that. You know, did I leave? Like, you know what I mean? There's could be a lot of different reasons that somebody would leave. Oh, Davy, also thank you for the super chat. Oh, and I also want to say, let's see, can I? Oh my God, chat. This feels so weird to have a whole ass screen. And like, I'm saying a whole ass screen. I had two screens before. I had to leave one of those screens, one of those monitors behind in back in the United States. Please keep Cenk and Ana in mind. They've been crashing out with YouTube. We've got those. We've got that as an option for you. Yeah, as I thought about it, right? So I was like, all right, what did everybody vote for in the last stream? We'll go with that, right? And I think it was Ethan crashing out. But then I realized there'd be a whole new cohort of viewers in this next one, and other stuff going on. And yeah, I have noticed that there's something going on. There's something going on with Cenk and Ana that we should maybe check in with. So here's my deal. Let's see. Do I have everything here? Yeah, I do. Okay, I can show this to you maybe. I can figure out how to do it. All right, let's try this. Oh, neat. Oh, neat. Yeah. So yeah, I don't know. You know, we're sort of back. We're sort of back. Like I said, chat, I had to leave a lot of stuff, including equipment, in the United States because it just wouldn't fit in my luggage. Like I was like, no, I'm going to take all of my equipment, and then I didn't realize, well, you know, you got to be able to put it in a luggage, right, for it to travel. You can't just be like, I'm taking all of my equipment with me. You can't show up at the airport and be like, I got a whole bunch of recording equipment here. I'm just going to carry it on board. No, I was limited to like, let's see, one big big suitcase, right? One sort of small-ish suitcase that was, yeah, one big suitcase was that was soft for stuff that could take, you know, or was too big or had to, or could take, you know, being in a soft suitcase. For stuff that needed to be in a hard shell, I had a hard shell, but it was smaller. And then I carried on my my Muay Thai bag. It's like one of those Venom back, you know, the big ass backpack. It looks like you're backpacking, but it's literally for just carrying your knee pads, your like shin pads, your you know, your gloves, your wraps, like all your Muay Thai stuff, right? It's basically a bag that's made for Muay Thai, or made for actually probably MMA, but I used it for Muay Thai anyway. So, you know, it was a big old backpack. I got to bring that, like, so a backpacker style backpack, I guess, sort of, with some, it has this weird little thing where in the bottom, there's a thing that zips out, and it's like a mesh, you know, instead of being covered in material, it's covered in mesh. And the idea, I think, is that once you get your wraps soaked in sweat, which you will, which I will very soon, yeah, when I'm going out here to take Muay Thai lessons, right? You know, you got like, you know, these Muay Thai places are like outside, right? So I'm gonna sweat like a dog. Wait, no, dogs don't sweat. What sweats, chat? Pigs don't sweat. What sweat? What actually sweats? What animals sweat? A horse. I think a horse sweats a lot. But that reminds me of Vosh, chat, and those are memories I'm not trying to relive right now. Oh my god, if you think the Ethan arc was bad, I mean, the Vosh arc was shorter, but holy shit. I was like trying to be like, he's wants to be the horse, and he wants to do it to the short stack goblin, which represents an anime girl that is underage, like, I was just trying, like, I was like, this shit will get me demonetized. This shit is gross. I don't want to talk about Vosh and his weird folders, but I talk about Vosh. I had to. So at least Ethan's not like into PDF stuff. Yeah. So we're gonna keep Cenk and Ana in mind. So this is what I was talking to you about, right? This is the dono goal. Now it's gonna work a little bit different, right? Because what you're actually putting your money where your mouth is for here, right? This is like the bonus to the, so like, right, there's the poll in YouTube that you can vote on. Oh my gosh, I'm missing, Davy Cliff also says, PAC watch rest in piss, TYT, what? Pack watch, I'm sorry, you said PAC, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I know what Pack Watch is. Okay, I'm not. I'm so online that of course I know about Pack Watch. Rest in piss, TYT. You will not be missed. Who? Wait, what the fuck is that? Who? Davy, where's this from? Is this a video? Either way, thank you for the super chat and thank you for the suggestion. Also, oh, I get it. Ballin' in Bangkok is like walking in Memphis. Okay, I get it. I get it. It's a reference to a Billy Joel song. Is that who it is? Does he want to be? He wants to be the horse. Hippo sweat pink. Whoa, that's kind of cool. I wonder if their sweat is as delicious as butterfly pea. I haven't even taken a different drink here. Yeah, horses definitely sweat. That's why I was saying horse, Philip. That was I know about this because my sister was one of those horse girls. She was really into horses. At some point, I remember her riding a horse, and then after she rode the horse, she had to, like, it would get sweaty, and there was this thing, like, that it was like a squeegee for horses, chat. They have, like, yeah, horse at stables, they have this thing, it's a tool, and it like squeegees the sweat off of the horse, and so after you ride the horse, you don't want to put the horse back all sweaty, you know, because, I don't know, you don't want to, you know, you gotta, and so you end up like scraping the sweat off of the horse like that. Ooh, I'm gonna take a drink of this though. So yeah, chat, this is butterfly pea flower tea mixed with coconut water and a little bit of lime. Because that is my drink right there. But yeah, what I was trying to get across, right, is that your votes are maybe even more important this time, right? Because they will determine, like, what's winning at the moment will determine what we're watching at the moment. And if it changes, in other words, if somebody donates and, you know, says, I want to watch the TYT, I want to see what's up with the Rebellion Pack firing Woo. Now, chat, we don't know that for sure, okay? That's a little bit of clickbait, all right? But we don't know what happened. We don't know what happened. All I know is that Brianna Wu is taking a break. You know, she's going to spend more time with her family. She's going to spend more time with Frank, I guess. I don't know. So she's taking a break, and she is, you know, from Rebellion Pack, right? And that may very well be because of a ratio that the Vanguard did to Cenk Uygur. The Vanguard may have ratioed to Cenk Uygur. Ethan was just about, it's just about unaliving kids. Very different than Vosh. God damn it. God damn it, Davy. Well, when you put it that way, yeah, I'm making the, wait, are you trying? You're making Vosh more wholesome, Davy. But you got a point. I don't know. Which is worse? The conceptual grossness of Vosh's predilections or Ethan's endorsement of a very real, very present historical event that is unfolding right in front of us with everyone just saying this is fine, you know, just checked out, you know, most of the world checked out of what was going on in Gaza and assumed it must have stopped by now, right? Certainly, chat. That horror show that has been going on could not still be going on. No, right? There was a ceasefire, right? There was a ceasefire. I'm sure everything's okay now. Yeah, but how many people out there don't know that Israel retconned their ceasefire, like that it's not a ceasefire anymore? I don't think most of the public, I don't know. People try to avoid news like that. Like, like Ethan, you know, you'll hear Ethan say, it's all over my timeline. I can't get away from it. It's Gaza, Gaza, Gaza. Well, sure, but like most people are checked out of that. Like most people like will avoid news that's too real. That's what I was talking about my sister about, right? She was like, I'm worried about you. You know, you're in a foreign country. I don't know why you're in a foreign country. You said you had to leave in a hurry. All right, none of this sounds good. None of this sounds safe, right? And like, she doesn't know about Thailand versus Vietnam or Myanmar or Sri Lanka, right? It's just like a country in Southeast Asia to her. But you know, when she said that, I had to give her a little reality check of being like, I'm actually kind of worried about you. You know, like, does it feel safe where you are? Does it feel like you're in a safe situation right now? And I don't know, it freaked her out. Like she knows what's going on, but I think, I don't know. I think she's just trying to take care of her family at this moment. Every time somebody has to take a break, in a law firm, it means they're fired in 3 weeks. Yeah. So that's what I'm wondering. Was Brianna Wu asked to step away? Did Brianna Wu want to step away? Tay says, I'm a horse vet tech and a lifelong horse girl. It is literally called a sweat scraper. Thank you, Tay, for that information. I do remember now. Yeah, it's literally called a sweat scraper. And it's very important, I guess, right? You can't leave your horse sweat. You can't let the sweat dry on the horse. That's bad for the horse. And it's probably bad for the smell of the stable too. I don't know. Is there a reason? Can somebody? Okay, so I think I'm trying to go over everything. Ethan will fap to the Boston Marathon girl who was under 18. Oh God, Will, thanks for reminding me that there's not so much difference between Ethan and Vosh, I guess. On an early morning, rides horses. Wait. On early morning rides, horses can have a majestic trail of steam billowing off them. Is this where it's hot, Lady Badash? Or where it's cold. Would this be like where it's cold? I guess so, right? Because we're talking about like that kind of, like not like literally evaporation or steam, but like it's like that kind of steam that like when you go outside and it's cold and your breath has steam. I think it's that kind, I'm guessing. We used to use a sweat scraper on our horses. They get so they really do get sweaty. I thought Brianna left on her own. That's the official story, SM. We'll try to see if we can unveil the truth. But like I said, chat, it's going to work a little bit differently, all right? So, you know, we're doing the poll. Right now, Ethan's epic crash out week is killing it at 60%. And, you know, in addition to that, right? So we got the poll, right? And then we got the bonus content over here. So wait, I'm supposed to make this go up to, oh God, chat. 35. We're at 35. We're at 35. So yeah, just remember, when you donate, you have a sacred duty should you choose to accept it. You don't have to accept it. You could always say Vox Populi if you want to reinforce the what the chat is voting for, but you can possibly, you know, switch the content through a donation. And that is to say that you know, I'm gonna keep track of like the totals, right? So, you know, right now more of Ethan's crash out is winning, but should somebody come in and say, you know, put like, what would it be? Like 40 on TYT, right? Then I would have to immediately switch to TYT, right? So you can literally change the subject of the stream right away through voting, possibly, right? If the vote changes, or if the donation bonus changes the vote. What do I mean by that? I mean that anytime you do a super chat, super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, or if you spread the weasels, if you give people a membership.
Cliff super chatted $9.99. We need to make sure Pete Hegseth becomes in charge of more things in the admin, and we need to send him a bottle of wild turkey a day. It's the only way to save the nation.
I'm just imagining Pete Hegseth with like a Hunter S. Thompson style suitcase full of uppers, downers, laughers, scream. Oh no, who am I kidding, chat? It would just be booze, wouldn't it? He's not interested in any of that. But it is kind of like a... Like Hunter S. Thompson, if you don't know, is a journalist, right? A gonzo journalist who, you know, did reporting for Rolling Stone and other outlets during the 1960s, 1970s, covered the 72 campaign famously. I think also covered, you know, the 68 campaign, would occasionally cover desert, what is it, a dune buggy race that he covered in Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas? I think it was a dune buggy race. But the thing about gonzo journalism is that like you throw everything about journalism out, all right? You know, in journalism, you're not supposed to get in the way of the story. It's all about the story, it's not about you. Gonzo journalism, it's all about you, right? And you're an unreliable narrator. And if you're Hunter S. Thompson, you're always on something. And that's part of the story. That's part of the fun of reading Hunter S. Thompson's journalism, is that he is a fucking wreck. Is he more of a wreck than Pete Hegseth is? Probably not. But he's definitely on more different shit than Pete Hegseth was. And so I'm just imagining, right, if instead of it being journalism where you pretend to interview Richard Nixon in the toilet, you say that you were in the bathroom and you struck up a conversation with the dude in the stall who happened to be Richard Nixon. You know? Like, this is the kind of journalism that we're talking about, right? You know, was Nixon actually in the toilet taking a piss? Taking a dump? Vomiting? Who knows, chat? Who knows? Probably not. it's probably our unreliable narrator just inserting his hallucination, maybe even into the story. But I'm just imagining now Pete Hegseth as a gonzo government, like a gonzo politician? Like, what do you call that? Like, right? You know, you're like, it's one thing to be gonzo and to do journalism, right? We know what that looks like, but what we don't know what it looks like is to be gonzo and to run a country. And Pete Hegseth is gonzo. Chat, he might not be gonzo like Hunter S. Thompson, but he's gonzo. That guy is he's so gonzo. If it was any other administration, he would literally be gonzo. Like, as in gone, as in, like, kicked out, fired, right? But Trump, too, wants to pretend that nothing can harm them, that they're above, you know, media criticism or the pressure of public approval or anything, right? World leaders, the laws of economics, like, right? You know, he's above it all. He's above it all. Nothing can touch him. So part of this illusion is for him to try to hold on to Hegseth for as long as he can. Emily French says it's cringe versus rage and tragedy. Are you talking about Vosh versus like Ethan? Because I mean, there's a little bit more than cringe with Vosh, right? It's a little more than just cringe, but there's also some cringe with Ethan. Yeah, there's a little bit of you know, rage in how long Vosh gaslit people that he was not about this shit that he very obviously is about. Irene, guess what? My county sheriff will now deputize his law enforcement to do ICE. Oh, great. Yeah, so this is Thailand. My sister called it Thailand once by accident. So yeah, this is a thing. You know, the whole idea of sanctuary cities, the way that the Republicans talk about it, it's that Democratic governments just really like immigrants, right? Especially illegal immigrants, especially undocumented immigrants. They just really like them. They're like, yeah, let's do a sanctuary city. Let's party it up with some butterfly tea coconut water and undocumented citizens, right? But in reality, there's a very practical reason why sanctuary cities were established. And it's not necessarily for the benefit of the undocumented, right? It's not necessarily to put the thumb in the eyes of ICE and of the, you know, right-wing anti-immigrant sentiment, right? It's also to help law enforcement. Law enforcement benefits from being able to go into immigrant communities and get information. Like if a violent crime happens, if any kind of crime happens, people's willingness to talk to law enforcement is going to be related to, going to be correlated with how comfortable do those people feel talking to law enforcement. So when you've got undocumented people who are afraid that talking to law enforcement will result in them possibly being deported, you don't have, you've really kind of put law enforcement on its back foot. Oh my God, chat, I gotta read chat. It's wild here. It's wild here too, but in a different way. Butterfly sounds like it would have been a chorus to 2010's acoustic hipster song. Wait, are you talking about like Bright Eyes or something? Is that what you have in mind, Davi? Is it bright? Is it like does methylene blue come from butterflies? I gotta find out. What's this about kneecap? Oh my god. But yeah, this is my drink right here, chat. I didn't even know about this herb. Oh my god, I'm trying to think. What all do I need to talk about? I should have had a list. NECOP has lost their visa. Great. If you don't know, NECOP is a Irish band that came to play Coachella. And during the set, there was a moment where the words F Israel were up on the screen. I think, did it say F Israel up Hamas? I can't remember. I missed you, oh bunny. I missed you too. But either way, this is, I'm guessing why they lost their visa. Were they on tour? Are they gonna have to cancel a tour now? Chat was second screen content. But you're saying, Davy, you're saying they're rest in piss, TYT. Wait, let me check and see. Is this a video suggestion that Davy has given me?
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Communist invading radicals. How I have missed you. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. Okay, Javi, if that's a content suggestion, let me know. Yeah, also I'll be really interested in any of your content suggestions if they fit into any of these topics. Like I said, you have the power in your hands to switch what I am talking about, to switch what I am covering by voting, right? I'll cover what's getting the most votes, but a combination of the most votes and the bonus skull. So again, if you do a super chat, super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you gift a membership, if you support me on Throne, is that the right? Should it have like a better? Should it say throne.com/nocommentchick? Anyway, chat, everything is kind of like a lot of stuff is screwed up. That's why I wasn't here yesterday. Like, right, I had internet as of Friday, but in terms of being able to get my setup back to where it needs to be, it was taking too much time. And so I didn't do that. Yeah, but like I said, I'm so distracted. My ADHD is out of hand right now. Super chat, super sticker, getting a membership, gifting a membership, supporting me on Throne, or signing up for my Patreon, or supporting me over on Twitch, which there's what I need to talk about. Twitch. All right, we gotta talk. All right. Whilst I was unable to see any of the information, any of the metrics on Twitch, because I didn't have my Twitch login, right? Something happened. And that is the support on Twitch like doubled, right? So yeah, Twitch is starting to really take off. And I've been looking at some of the numbers on my Twitch streams have been like, I don't know, close to YouTube numbers. Like at times, I don't want to, you know, like it's not quite there yet, but it's getting there, right? So Twitch is really popped off, so to speak. Let's not talk about Irish Laddie. What's weird is that Vosh and Destiny seem to be largely okay, right? From what I can tell. Like, I mean, what am I trying to say? Their numbers are okay. Vosh and Destiny's numbers are not, like, Vosh may have fallen off for a while, but he's back. I don't know if Destiny ever fell off. You know, obviously their reputation is trashed. Obviously, you know, nobody wants to be associated with those communities, but somehow the communities are like still there, which is kind of surprising. But yeah, Twitch has Twitch started popping off as far as like viewership and numbers, and like, you know, the chat is usually, wow. You know, as I say it, like I'm not seeing any Twitch people in chat. How do you feel about AOC slander by the left? The goddamn max left? Are they slandering AOC again? All it does is chip away at the voter base. Look, I'll give you the same answer I give for everything, all right? Do I think that there is a utility in making sure that, like, Trump doesn't get elected, even if you're, you know, even if your other option is Kamala Harris, who's not great on a number of issues, but, you know, still better than Trump? Yes, absolutely. All right. But are you ever going to catch me doing what this chatter is doing here and attacking the max left, attacking people for being upset that Kamala Harris isn't better? Are you ever going to see me say, shut up, don't talk shit about Kamala, I know her Gaza policy is atrocious, I know it's a fucking, you know, right? I feel like your smoke is always better targeted at the Democratic Party. If you don't want people talking shit about AOC, then encourage AOC to be a little bit more consistent, right? Because as far as a leader or somebody that people can believe in, those are few and far between. And I get that people in electoral politics are going to need to make, they're going to need to navigate their way through what they're doing and balance their ability to get and maintain power.
Underscore by super chatted $5. We deserve a butterfly today, loudly crying.
We deserve a butterfly today. Well, it's 5 out of 10 so far. On that butterfly. Wait, how come it's not showing me the time? It just says goal ends in. Oh my God, chat. YouTube is borked. But thank you for the super chat. But yeah, anyway, what I'm trying to get across, all right, is that if you're ever tempted to be like, those goddamn purity leftists, they're purity testing everybody, however are we going to have any power? It's not the fucking people trying to hold Kamala, AOC, Bernie, whoever to account. They're not the problem, right? People who vote for the, you know, third party is not the problem. The problem is the Democratic Party. The problem is that people have lost faith and trust in them. And if what you want is to get the people that are talking shit about AOC on your side, the worst thing in the world you can do is be like, listen, we agree with her on, you know, so much. How dare you slander her? Like, she's the best we got. Just shut up about her imperfections. Look, every single bit of the Democratic Party needs pressure. Needs pressure to move to the left. Because the Democratic Party has not failed by it's not a failure to reckon with reality. It's not a overabundance of purity tests or that the Democratic Party is too pure to get elected, that they're unwilling to make compromises. They got that down. They are very good at compromising their supposed values, right? That's the problem. That's the problem. They compromise their values so much. They're looking at the polls so much. They're afraid of, you know, stepping on the toes of the likes of AIPAC, etc. so much that they've lost people's trust. And so while I myself advocate for a somewhat pragmatic, you know, use of your vote, yes, sometimes for harm reduction, as sad as that is to say, you're never going to catch me, like, you know, attacking those who want something better, because you should want something better and you deserve something better. And, you know, I don't, you know, will complaining about AOC get you something better? I don't know if that's the best, you know, most productive use of your time either, but it's definitely not the productive use of my time to have an issue with somebody for that, right? I gotta stop eating these things, but they're too yummy. They're too damn yummy. Nice studio, thank you. Yeah, chat, do you... I can't tell, Oh, no. Okay. Yeah, so you're just seeing the books back there. I'll have to change up the way that things are organized. I have a few little, like, trinkets that they just came with the apartment. Oh, hey, chat, does anybody hear that plane? Anybody hear that plane? Drink of the PT, that's right. We used to a sweat scraper on our horses. They get so dang sweaty. I'm needing to scroll down. Professor Norman Finkelstein pointed out how Trump's antics. See, this is a challenge for me, chat. Is that, like, I've got all kinds of people in chat. Why didn't you take us with you? I am. You're here now, right? I hope cold feel like it's... I hope cold? I feel like it's hot enough for a horse to steam. Oh, wait, you hope that's when the horses steam. If it's hot enough for a horse to steam, there's bigger problems to address, no doubt. Tay, the cool down process is important for horses. If you put them away hot and sweaty, they can have muscle issues. Oh, interesting. So you're saying that some of the waste products that maybe are carried away by that sweat, if they're allowed to dry on the horse, will actually harm the muscles. I didn't know that. Bosch is a size queen when it comes to horses. When it comes to horses, I mean, like, no, he's the size king. Like, right? He wants to be the horse. I don't know if he's a horse squirrel himself as much as... Anyway, why are we talking about Bosch's sexual predilections? Is it funny? It is funny that Ethan is so far ahead, even though I voted for something else. I'm like sick of Klein, to be honest. That's what I thought too. I was thinking people might be sick of Ethan. And this gives you the chance, chat, even if it's only for a moment. Like, say somebody really wants me to cover the news, right? You got a chance to do it. Let me look at what it's at right now, right? So the news, like, more of Ethan's crash out at 53, news as at 11%. That means that if a couple of news hounds donated like $25 each, they would get the news, right? Like, if, you know, a few people that, like, right, you can change my subject like immediately if your donation changes the poll dynamic. So right now, Ethan's epic crash out at 54%, TYT Rebellion Packfires Woo at 21%, Ethan Asman Mudahar Slop Tube video. That looks interesting. Hassan, watch this. There's a video out by, oh my God, what the fuck is the dude's name? I forgot. Oh, I watched it this morning. But anyway, talking about weaponizing ignorance, which is what SlopTube is kind of best at. Or cover the news at 12%, right? So yeah, Ethan is kind of like, you know, getting all the votes right now. But the other thing that affects the poll is this right up here. This is the dono goal. Wait, did I update it? What are we at now? We're at least at 40%? If not 45 or something? I don't know, chat. The steam is coming from the hot parts of the horse as they're heating up. The moisture in the air around them? Wait, so it's not just a cold thing? Hunter S. Thompson is great, but he did kind of ruin journalism. Daffy, I'm assuming you're saying that the people that followed in his footsteps were not so good. Is that what you're getting at? Pete Hegseth getting fired soon and replaced with somebody else, unfortunately. I wish they would keep that bozo there to prevent more competent fascists. Ooh. That's a good question, right? Is having like a you know, drunk ass Pete Hegseth in that office better than having a non-drunk ass fascist random Trump confidant there? Horse people who horses aren't afraid of are some of the best allies. Oh, so not, yeah. Matt Taibbi is in the tradition of Hunter S. Thompson, a drugged out wreck. Is he really like a drugged out wreck? I didn't know that. I remember like some of his language kind of sounds like Hunter-esque, like the vampire squid. Drugged out wreck who does gonzo girl journalism for Rolling Stone, now Substack, but he went reactionary and sucks now. Does he still do any kind of like gonzo? Is there a gonzo element to his journalism? White Rabbit, wait, is that a Fear and Loathing reference? I want you to throw the radio in when the white rabbit peaks. When the white rabbit bites its own head off, I want you to throw this radio into the tub with me. Today I was, sorry, I'm just quoting from the movie. That is not something you should do in real life. Today I was out at a Thai restaurant in my city downtown. There's naked guy who just walked out in a minute after me and my girlfriend. We tried to ignore him. A few minutes later, the police showed up and arrested him. Damn. Having your lawyer in a group chat with your wife while you talk about your day is next level kind of wild. There's this weird brazenness to the Trump administration that I don't know what it is other than a flex. Bosch is at least on the correct side of Israel-Palestine, unlike Ethan Klein, true. Danny Boy the Great, Hegseth only counts as an alcoholic even if he was a journalist. His belief in his own bullshit negates any claim of wait, Hegseth? Oh yeah, that was me trying to make him a gonzo. No, I was like trying to think of like, what is the government equivalent to gonzo journalism, right? You know how gonzo journalism flips everything on its head? We don't want a reliable narrator. We want an unreliable narrator. We want a narrator who makes himself part of the story rather than a narrator that stays out of the way and lets us see the story, right? I'm just imagining if you apply that to governing, it would look like Donald Trump. Oh my God, no, Chad, I don't want to think of Donald Trump as the gonzo president, but he is kind of gonzo, isn't he? My county sheriff doing all sort of unspecified stuff with ICE. He is a MAGA Republican who cooperates 100% now. Our county jail is now a gulag for people ICE rounds up. Butterfly PT. At best, he's merely a yellow journalist in the worst sense. You're talking about Taibbi now, right? IRS is now collaborating with ICE, so tax collection is going to get a lot harder too. God damn. Worked for an agency that advocates for crime victims all over the country. This thing with the sheriff's department will be adding another barrier to SA victims, particularly minors. Danny Boy the Great says it looks like blue Kodak cow. I've never tried that, but I wonder if it uses the pigmentation from Butterfly PT to make the alcohol. The band had their visa for doing concerts in the U.S. Yeah, that's what I was saying. As I was like wondering if they're in the middle of a tour, that is pretty fucked. I mean, it's fucked regardless, but our self-unalive pact with Israel is so wild. Yeah. Sorry, I can't trust the Dem party even if one good person gets in there. It's
Cliff super chatted $9.99. Whatever happened to evil drunks who could hold their liquor that used to run the country? Truly the empire has fallen.
Yeah, you're right. You're right, Davy. I didn't think about that. You know, we're talking about Pete Hegseth again. If you don't know, Pete Hegseth was a weekend Fox host, I think, before Trump put him in the Department of Defense. And you know, it was an open secret that he God, there's a lot of people at Fox actually who match this profile. There was just a lot of day drinking at Fox News, right? It's just become part of the culture. It's become accepted. So many people are functional alcoholics that it's kind of normalized, right? And you know, that's where Trump pulled from for his nomination. So what Davy is saying though is that like back in the day, what like LBJ era, Eisenhower era, maybe even, you know, Roosevelt era, you know, people being that kind of functional alcoholic was not that abnormal. How is the new apartment? I like it. I like it a lot. I'm gonna have to do so somehow take you on a tour of it, chat. They all sucked. I understand it and agree. All right, Twitch chat is starting to show up. Like I was just trying to, I was trying to glaze up Twitch chat. Oh my god, I should be careful what I say. Chat, parasociality is a thing, and I'm not trying to encourage that, but I'm just saying, Twitch chat has come into its own. It has really, you know, the numbers of viewership is up, and the numbers, the amount of support that I'm getting from Twitch is, it's over 100 is what I'm saying, chat. And it hasn't been over 100 for like a couple of years or something, right? So this is what happened while I was, you know, not able to see the metrics on Twitch at all. They went like higher than I would have imagined. So yeah, I want to encourage that. In fact, maybe we should make the premium Streamium into like, I don't know. We got to do it. I've talked about doing a Twitch subathon, and I haven't done one. I really need to make that happen at some point, because we're legitimately, chat, there's like a threshold that we're close to, I think, where Twitch starts, like they give me a different cut. So like it's kind of like, oh my god, it's so hard to explain, but it's like at a certain level, like Twitch normally takes 45% of all the support that anybody gives me, which is not great. All right, YouTube takes 30, and so Twitch is at 45%, right? So, but if like, it depends on the level at which a creator is supported. The level we're at now, they take 45%, but if we got like a few more subs, it would go to 35%, I think. Is that how it works? And then at like 300 subs, it goes to 30%. It's just like YouTube. But yeah, I just wanted to congratulate Twitch and to thank everybody that is supporting me over there with gift subs, and you know, people who jellyfish the fuck up and get themselves a sub over there. It doesn't, the ads isn't overzealots. Thank you, Catergator. It was the overzealots. Yes, that was the video I was thinking about. Yeah, overzealot is the name. That's correct. That is exactly what I was looking for, Narwhal and Catergator. Thank you for coming up with that. The crowd that gathered were kind of the people who watch slop drama content. It was just entertaining to them to watch some guy crash out. Sorry to keep distracting. You horses get rhabdomyolysis from being left sweaty. Yeah, no, I know about rhabdo. I've had a few friends who are into CrossFit, so. A whole body Charlie horse. So we're talking about bad cramps. Or no, rhabdo's worse than cramps. Rhabdo's like pee in your blood. Davy Cliff with the super chat. Slop tube, please. I am NCC APAC. Okay, so that's all going to slop tube. Wait, that's the slop tube. Look at that. This is what I'm talking about, chat. This is exactly what I'm talking about, all right? So Davy may have changed our topic before we even got started. We're also at 7 out of 10 for the butterfly. Oh my god, chat, the butterfly thing is back there. I'll have to go get it. If we hit that 10 out of 10, you're gonna make me get up and get the butterfly. But let's see. Oh my god, chat. Look, you did. Davy, like, okay, so let me show you what I'm talking about, all right? So like I said, we're at 65 on oh my god. The voting, right? 104 of you voted already. 53% of those are choosing more Ethan crash out week. And that's always a top, you know, whenever Ethan's crashing out, which is always, that's a very popular topic, right? So, you know, that's in first place, but Davy just put 60 towards this video essay. This is the Overzealots video essay. Ethan Asman Mudahar SlopTube video, right? It's a channel called Overzealots that made a video essay talking about the weaponization of ignorance, which is a great way to put Asman Mudahar, Turkey Tom, Nick Diorio, just all the SlopTubers. That's what the SlopTubers do. Now, he is saying that Ethan Klein, he thinks, is also a SlopTuber in his own right, and I gotta say, I could sort of see where he's going. When you define SlopTube as weaponized ignorance, you can slot Ethan Klein right into there, right? But yeah, that's yeah. That's what I mean, chat, is like right now, do you see how this has got it's like it says plus 60, right? So let me just put this up here so we can all keep track of it. 52% for more Ethan Crash Out, 16% for Ethan Asman Mudahar SlopTube. That means that that's 60% plus 16 plus 16 equals 76. And more Ethan Crash Out, 0 plus 52 equals 52. So look at that. We go straight to the SlopTube video. If Davy, if you get your way, Davy, we're going straight to the SlopTube. And then TYT 0 plus 22% equals 22%. And then cover the goddamn news, damn it, is 0 plus 10 equals 10. All right, so that's how it's going right now. We actually had a change in content just from somebody donating and putting their money where their mouth is by letting me know in the chat which of these topics they want me to cover, right? You could also, say Vox Populi if you want to. Oh my gosh, there's a dark horse, chat. There's a dark horse. I didn't even see that. We have dark horse, but yeah, we have Vox Populi, which is what you vote for if you want to support whatever's winning in the poll, right? If you want to just be like, yes, like make it that, then Vox Populi is your choice. And yeah, you can, when you donate, you can let me know which of these topics sparks joy in you, and I will put your money where your mouth is, adding it just like I did with Davies to the topic of your choice, and maybe putting it over the line as Davy just did. Now, somebody could come back here and do the same thing to Ethan's Crash Out if they wanted to see that instead, or to TYT Rebellion Pack Foos. I've set this up, chat, so that there's the potential that we could change topics very quickly and very seamlessly, right? And that comes with you voting, and that comes with you, when you donate, you letting me know which of these topics you want to see, and I will do my best to facilitate that. Dr. Hunter S. Thompson was very problematic. Yes. Oh my God. George Jackson, I wholeheartely agree. Even his problematicity had problematicity. That's how problematic Dr. Thompson was. Why? Right? He's not a good guy. Like, chat, if he was alive, all right, as many people as maybe, kind of think he's cool and admire him and, yada, yada, right? You wouldn't want to be around Dr. Hunter S. Thompson, even if you like drugs yourself, right? 1 week living in Hunter S. Thompson's house, I maintain, would cure you of any sort of interest in substance abuse that you might have, right? He is a fucking monster. That guy is a monster. If you do Gonzo, he amazing and unique writer. Also used to correspond with William S. Burroughs. If you do Gonzo journalism, do you have to wear a Gonzo mask? It would be cooler that way. Waluigi guarding your presence. Yeah, I thought about putting him down there, chat, right? In that one to make it, and then moving over the, oh my gosh. See, that's why I can't do that. But like to make it look like if I get up to make it look like Waluigi is got the stream. But I decided to just put him over my shoulder so he's visible. The government version of gonzo journalism is Elon Musk. Oh, it is. That's exactly. Trump is more of a glazo president rather than a gonzo. It's yeah. That's right, V. It's pea blossom tea or pea flower tea. Like Elon Musk is on all the drugs and makes everything about him. Oh, that's true. Has delusions just like Hunter S. Thompson. Davy Cliff says, whatever happened to evil drunks? Oh, yes. That could hold their liquor. Yeah, that was a different era. This was like Mad Men government, I guess. NCC prospers? Yeah, well, I mean, for now I'm doing okay. Go ahead and get that fortune together so I can take advantage. Oh no. Too many people think that you have to trust the political parties. You never trust them, but you work with them because what else the fuck we got? Well, yeah, I mean, and like look, it's not like a sports team, all right? You don't have to be like a fan in order to make an assessment over like what is the best thing you can do for with your vote every election. Also recognizing that your vote isn't enough, all right? Voting will never be enough. In terms of, you know, anybody who was around, you know, in the 2008 election knows this, right? That people voted for what they thought Obama was going to do and then saw him bail out the banks instead of bailing out homeowners. And so your job is not done, you know, far from it when you go and vote. You've also got to go outside the electoral system as well. There's a run out Hunter S. Thompson took part in a snuff film at Bohemian Grove. What? Wait, a run out? It's pretty well known story, but yeah, Matt Taibbi, where there's a run out. Well, I don't know what the run out means. What is that? Rumor. Okay, there's a rumor that Hunter S. Thompson took part in a snuff film at Bohemian Grove. He is not a nice guy. All right. So anybody that likes his writing and is under the impression that if you would like him if you met him, please disabuse yourself of that. I mean, he's dead, so you never will know him. You'll never have to. But that's probably a good thing, right? Like knowing Dr. Hunter S. Thompson, having that man in your life is a curse, not a blessing, right? He's a very hard person to deal with. And you know, just reading his books should tell you that, right? But people like to think that that he played that up or something like that and he was somehow stable. In real life, he wasn't. He was the monster. He literally would like plant drugs on random people. Like, you know, like, yeah, you do not want to mess with that guy. But yeah, I hadn't heard about the snuff film in Bohemian Grove. Matt Taibbi was addicted to, didn't know that. He worked as an expat tabloid for an expat tabloid in Russia. We're all grown up, popping in here now too. You meant a rumor. It took me a second, but I figured that out. She's cheating on us with Twitch chat. YouTube is still my favorite, the favorite child of NCC. Get shit on Twitch, damn. I don't find life on the internet. I get real news because I refuse to watch the news. Oh, I need real news. Matt Taibbi went nuts due to formerly living in Russia, got obsessed with Russiagate and being close to Jimmy Dore because became a MAGA reactionary along with him because of all the time in Russia. Like if Matt Taibbi had never spent a couple of years in Russia, would he have gotten obsessed with trying to disprove Russiagate and siding with Trump on all that and becoming MAGA? Well, there's more to the Matt Taibbi story. Actually, what is it, chat? He there was something that he did that was yikes, right? And he never got canceled for it. He didn't really lose any viewership or readership. He didn't get deplatformed, I don't think. I don't think it was anything like that, right? But because people were talking shit about him on Twitter, he got this mentality. I'm a victim of cancel culture. The left has gone too far. It's the purity spirals. It's the purity circles. Chasing dollars compromises all principles. All too often, Tajium. I would say he should have believed in Russiagate, but he was too... Well, it depends on what you mean by Russiagate. This is what frustrates me so bad. I don't like to talk about Russiagate, all right? Because A, that's Trump's word, and that's Trump's way to just throw everything away. And I don't think everything should be thrown away. I think there is some conspicuous shit between Trump and Putin. I think there's some weird stuff going on. We don't have all the details, but it's enough to make you wonder, right? But what I don't like is Hillary Clinton's fans implying that she won the election and that there's no problem with her messaging, there's no problem with her as a candidate, but that it was just Vladimir Putin stole the election on Trump's behalf. That is bullshit. That is cope. That is bullshit. And yeah, it's very much in service of like the Hillary Clinton wing of the party. So if that's what you mean by Russiagate, you know, I'm on board with you, right? But the Mueller report was not an exoneration of Trump. Let's just put it that way. The only reason that it didn't have ramifications for Trump's presidency is because of the control of the Congress that the Republicans had and the amount of loyalty even then there was to Donald Trump, right? There is stuff in the Mueller report that is concerning. There is stuff involving Trump and Russia that is truly concerning, right? But it does not, you know, it should not be used to exonerate the failed Clinton campaign, all of Hillary Clinton's failures and all of the Democratic Party's failures that are represented by the fact that they jammed Hillary down our throat and then Joe Biden down our throat, right? Or that, you know, I don't like this being like an escape hatch for some accountability for Hillary and her whole team, that whole wing of the Democratic Party, right? I would say that he should have believed in Russiagate, but he was too busy trying to debunk it, writing puff pieces about Donald Trump Jr. for Rolling Stone. So embarrassing. Jimmy Dore was a twat. Is he Bill Maher yet? Not convinced he is. Yeah, I don't know. Is Bill Maher like a less anti-intellectual Jimmy Dore? No, he kind of is an intellectual in his own right. I prefer YouTube to Twitch because... Oh, it's higher resolutions. Yeah, the resolution should be a little bit higher for you, chat. If Twitch had smoother video playback and higher resolutions, it would be good. Giving teacher. Oh, I look like a teacher? Yeah, I'm also looking like a person that got out of the shower and thought that she had a hairdryer. And then it turned out I didn't. I looked at a bunch of different apartments, and I think the one that I looked right before this one had a hairdryer. And so in my mind, I was like, yeah, there's a hairdryer that comes with the apartment. Some apartment, I mean, it's not uncommon here for, you know, like I got a toaster oven, I got a microwave, I got a toaster, I got a hot water pot, whole bunch of kitchen stuff. But there's some stuff that I don't have, like a towel and a hairdryer. So I get out of the shower and it turns out I don't have a hairdryer. So I literally, luckily for me, chat, there is a hair place that I'll probably go to actually get my hair done, since it's right across the street from me. I've got like a hair place. So luckily it didn't take me long to get one. But what I really need is one of those wands. I'm sorry, when I say one of those wands, chat, I should specify one of those wands for your hair. I know there's other kinds of wands that are good for different parts of your body, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about it's like a wand. It's like a wand that has, it's like a hair dryer, but you can comb your hair with it. Does that make sense? What's up, Woody? This is indeed the new apartment. If Ethan is anything but a delight to Sam Cedar, he's fired? Oh, yeah, Sam is fired then? I will not watch it. You're saying, wait, if Ethan's, wait, what? Are you talking about you won't watch Ethan anymore if Ethan's mean to Sam Cedar? Or are you saying you won't watch Sam Cedar if he's too nice to Ethan? I could see either. I want to... What a Hassan Nightmare t-shirt. After you think that Sam is going to bring on Hassan secretly. Yes, there's some people that say that if Hassan talks to Ethan, Ethan will try to pop Destiny in there. Catch my vernacular. I think I got what you're laying down. I have no mouth, but I must affect the poll. I love how the thing I voted for, the news, is in last place. I just voted for it because the real world is going whack right now. Yeah. Pop Voxuli. I would boof tacos if I had no mouth? God damn. I mean... I'm just trying to think of the logistics of boofing tacos. What about putting your mouth where your money is? I like that Hunter S. Thompson was against Al-Qaeda. Wait, what? I've never heard Hunter talk about Al-Qaeda. Do you know he didn't he unalive himself during the Bush administration based on an assumption that things were just going to continually get worse? JD Vance killed the Pope in order to keep Opus Dei reform that was scheduled from happening. We all need to flood Sam with info before the debate. I doubt Ethan will show. Well, hopefully Matt and, Matt Lesh and Matt Bender. I mean, Sam has some people in his orbit that know what Ethan is all about. Like, I much like you, I would hate to see him going into a talk with Ethan, not understanding what had gone on, but...
Will underscore by super chatted $5. Perhaps it was taco flavored tequila.
Taco flavored tequila? I mean, as a boof? Wouldn't that be spicy, though? I'm just thinking about the spice. Butterfly pea tea. I gotta finish this butterfly pea tea. Did you know that the pea flower tea changes? Yeah, depending on the pH. That's what I was trying to get it to do with this lime. But I don't think I put enough lime in it, chat. It'll turn purple, I think, if you put enough lime juice in it. I want to live where your drink is? Wait. Where was the drink right down here? Mad Men. Oh, don't even get me started on John Hamm. Wait, is John Hamm the character? Did y'all hear about John Hamm, the actor? Maybe. Obama tricked us. Glad we get to live in the Dr. Strangelove presidency. It's honestly the only way the demonic nation that is the U.S. could go. Well, it is going. It is very much falling from... Here's my prediction, chat. Like, the American empire is going to be eclipsed. And not necessarily by China. I'm starting to think by the world. You know what I'm saying, chat? I'm starting to think, like, that the world is just going to get sick of the U.S.'s bullshit. They have been dealing with American bullshit. Now, obviously... the world has had to deal with Nazi Germany bullshit, and there's been a lot of bullshit, right? There's bullshit out there that's worse than American bullshit, but the United States is kind of has been resting on its laurels from World War II, like as much as I can, from my count, the last good war that the last just war that the United States did, right? World War II. There's just been, from time to time, America kind of fucks up the world. Breaks its own rules, breaks its own rules-based order, right? And people are like, you know, there's a recognition that the stability, the foundation that the world is built on, the center of the world being the United States is not necessarily a good thing. But then, you know, another presidency comes in and people kind of forget about it. But I don't think they're forgetting about it after Trump. I think the world is going to write, you know, the U.S. out of the story. Because it's unsafe. It's unsafe to be dependent on the U.S. anymore. There's a cool drink from Mexico called Jamaica, which is an herbal tea of hibiscus flowers ground up into water, but there's a lot of sugar. Yeah, I guess if you don't know, hibiscus tea, extremely sour. So I mean, it's almost like lemon that you got to put a lot of sweet in it to counterbalance the sour. I think I've heard of this, General Public. I'll have to see if I can get a hold of any hibiscus here. Avoid getting hung up on famous people saves a whole thing of being disappointed with them. Yeah. I mean, I like a bunch of terrible people's writings. I mean, like William S. Burroughs, not a good guy either, right? I mentioned him earlier as being somebody that Dr. Thompson corresponded with. Matt Taibbi is kind of like Hunter S. because everyone who knows him hates him. That guy, James from the internet, knows Matt Taibbi and got burned by him a bunch of times. Early voting is starting in Texas. Get your info on all the situation. Vote the fuck out of this bullshit. Matt Taibbi screws over a lot of people and he knows and takes credit for their work. I can never remember what the Matt Taibbi scandal was. Making nobody a movie idolizing Taibbi. It's 420, is it? Was it? Will it be? I don't know. I think we gotta wait 40 minutes for the next 420. How far behind on chat am I, though? Maybe it was 420 when you wrote that, or somewhere. He wrote about sex harassment of his Russian... He wrote about sexual harassment of his Russian co-workers. He wrote about it, or he did? I think he got shaded by MSNBC a bit as well, but who cares, honestly. Also, you guys have got to see the ETA election data crunching. Wait, Tagium, I think I might have seen... So, if you're talking about what I'm thinking that you're talking about, there's like a organization that has analyzed the data from this last election. And that has identified what I will call a statistical red flag in that data. In other words, like something that exists, a facet of the data that you could see in elections that people are highly suspicious of appeared in this last 2024 election. Now, before I get into the ETA election data or anything like that, I just want to caveat you with this, all right? The Republicans don't just steal some elections. They steal every election. They would have gone by the wayside a long time ago and become a regional party had it not been... They've been like knocking like black voters specifically off the rolls intentionally since like the early 2000s, right? They've been gerrymandering, you know, there's so much that they do. Yeah, if you add all the stuff up that the Republicans do to fuck with the elections, you can't really find a modern election that the Republicans outright won, like one without, you know, some degree of subterfuge. But what Tagium's talking about with the ETA thing is a theory that the tabulation, not the voting machines themselves, but the tabulation machines were were messed with. The vote counting machines. And this has been covered by a number of different podcasts. The last one I saw was Chris Titus. But yeah, if the ETA people are correct, the data that they have implies a algorithm being used on the voting machines, where when numbers kick up past a certain level, funny stuff starts happening. Bernie Sanders was a Russian agent to split the Democratic Party. There we go. We got to get into this drama chat. I'm just trying to... Wait, how... Oh my gosh. All right. Did you steal a towel from the hotel? That's weird. No, they would have charged me. Like, they put a whole thing in the... I kind of thought that for some reason, I thought my apartment would come with towels. I should have checked on it. I should have made sure. But no, no, they had this whole list of prices. They were like, you know, at the hotel, like they had every item in the room was itemized. And they were saying, you know, like, right, this is the price. If this ends up missing, we will charge you this much. Can you pick the resolution for YouTube mobile? I think so. Sponsored by Hitachi. That's right. That's the kind of wand I need. That's the kind of wand I need. When I said Russiagate, I was talking about Trump being a Russian agent since 1988, or, oh, the Krasnov thing. It seems like he was he surveilled by the KGB or something? Isn't there something about that too? Or not surveilled, but they were like in, wait, is that what you call it? The wand? You call it a hairstyler? I made good progress on moving there. I mean, yeah, I had to leave like my whole life behind, but I got it done. Oh, Taco sends hot sauce. That's what you would boof. Okay. Don't boof. Who was it that talked about boofing? Was it Kavanaugh that was talking about boofing? And when they asked him about it, he acted like he didn't know what it meant. He thought it just meant getting fucked up. But yeah, Kavanaugh was talking about boofing like taco flavored tequila. The pause and blinking at boofing tacos comment made me laugh out loud. The boofing is its own spice. It would already burn. Oh, with alcohol? Yeah, no doubt. On mobile, I used it. Okay, I'm gonna have to try to... European Union and Japan and South Korea and China and Canada are actually working together now to isolate the United States. Their diplomats are talking about it behind the scenes. America is fucked. America fucked itself. My ringtone vacillates between Star Wars Cantina song and a copy of the MR Shofar. The rest of the world's diplomats are calling the United States a rogue nation. As such a big rogue nation, it is the only one that matters. North Korea, Iran, etc. Irrelevant. Only the United States. America was founded on an absurd amount of cognitive dissonance. This is inevitable as long as Americans refuse to recognize the crimes against humanity it's constantly committing. Wait, it's called Jamaica? Oh, yeah, I pronounced it Jamaica. In Spanish, it's Jamaica. Jamaica. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Hi, but I'm not Biscus. Ha. It's pronounced Jamaica. Everybody's correcting me. You're right. We're talking about the hibiscus drink from Mexico that the name looks like Jamaica, but yeah, if you pronounce it in Spanish, it's Jamaica. I'm like 20 minutes behind. Okay, I'm trying to catch up. We literally know Bush stole the election and that went nowhere. Yeah, that's just the thing, is that like election shenanigans that benefit Republicans are kind of the norm in the United States. It's hard watching Chris Titus, but he does a 2-hour part. Yeah, I watched that with the guy from ATA. Yeah. I don't know anything about Chris Titus, but I did watch that. Nothing is really that different from being the beginning of this country. It's just rebranded. It flips votes or adds extra at 50%, or like, what is it? The 50, I'm trying to remember what the 50% thing was, right? But it gets to like a certain level of votes and then the algorithm kicks in. I want to give credit to whoever in chat pointed me to Christopher Titus. I'm a subscriber, but not a regular watcher. Wonder if Alex Jones will be vindicated in his defamation case. Smart Hotel, yeah. I mean, they're looking out for the Hunter S. Thompsons that want to steal towels. I was 18 in 2000. I voted in the election for Al Gore. Saw the election get stolen. Got radicalized and thought Al Gore was a wimp for taking the L despite winning. America gave the world the hamburger, and this is how you repay us. This is how you repay us. Jamaica. Roger Stone was prosecuted in DC. He was assigned to a judge because his case was related to the 9 Russian hackers that were indicted, and the DNC lawyers came in to stop him from getting their data. She getting high on my viscous. Oh my god. Used to guzzle Jamaica when I was little. That's always how the substitute teacher would pronounce it. That's a lyric. She is high on my... That's a lyric? She's high on my biscus? Chris Titus, the comedian?
WLDA super chatted $5. The new studio space is looking top-notch. Irene pinched fingers Waluigi just chillin' cool. Congrats on getting through the big move. Open mouth smile.
Pinch fingers Waluigi. That's what they call him. That's what they used to call him back in his high school. Pinch fingers Waluigi. I am finally caught up with chat. Wow. Oh, and we're almost caught up with the butterfly goal. Look at that. One more super chat, and that gets us to butterfly territory, which means I will have to get up and go get that butterfly. What are we on? 75 now, I think. Oh wait, does that put So anyway, like I said, chat, we're going to talk about whatever is winning in the poll at the time. Right now, it is Ethan Asman Mudahar video by Yo Quiet Tire. Thank you for the super chat. Love from Australia. Well, love from Thailand. Wait, did I say your name wrong? I think I said Quiet Tired. I think, like in my mind, I was thinking like quiet tires, like, right? You know, you got tires, but they're very quiet. No, I think you're quite tired is what your name is all about. But thank you nonetheless for the super chat. All right, let's get going with the content, chat, because I have edged you way too long. I missed you, honestly, and I had to talk to all of chat. Oh wait, the other thing I'm supposed to do before we get started is thank my Patreons. right? I appreciate everybody who supports me in any way that you can, including especially, you know, those who support me in a non-monetary type of way. Like, wait, where I'm trying to bring it up. There it is. What I'm trying to say is I appreciate all the support that I get, but I especially appreciate those who support me on Patreon. You know, taking it off platform is a great way to help to stabilize the always uncertain and precarious world of live streaming. And so, you know, everybody on my Patreon gets access to my videos before they even come out at any level, at the $3 level, at the $5 level, at every level. You get access to the videos. They will be, you know, the censored version of the videos, the redacted version of the videos, and sometimes the God, what is it, like, edited, right? You know, sometimes you'll get some extra scenes in there as well. What I'm trying to say, chat, is that if you're supporting me on Patreon, you get a pre-release version of the video before anybody else does, right? And at the $5 level and above, I also give you a fancy shout out. So let me do those shouts out now. Shouts out to Orel Ellipsis. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Steven Sayer. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Shaxbier. Shouts out to Sarah. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Moe. Shouts out to Crystal Severa. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to Jessica Bell. Shouts out to Izzy Mandius. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Hot Ham Radio. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. And shouts out to Animus. And a fancy shout out to Zerazerex, to Rachel K, and to Omega Star. There we go. And with that, chat, overzealots is what we're looking for, right? That's what's winning right now. So that's what I'm going to cover. Now, chat, if you don't like that, right, this is a video essay by overzealots about the slop verse, right? The slop sphere. This video is called Slop Tube and Weaponized Ignorance, How Careless Coverage Hurts. And this is a pretty good video essay channel. I'll try to give you his link so that you can go check him out. So yeah, so buckle in tight, right? Because it's a long video, but like I'm saying, all right. There is the potential for switching topics today. What do I mean? I mean that because this is a premium Streamium, which I realize normally means that I lock everybody out who's not a sub or a Patreon or a member. But I haven't gotten around to that. You know, what you vote for, the combination of the voting and the donation and the dono bonus, right? Whatever's ahead at the time is what I'll cover. So that means that, you know, you have the ability through your vote, through your voice, or through your exit. Sorry, chat, that's a bad. Amy Cesar? Wait, why does Amy Cesar coming up in chat? This is interesting. You got my attention. Tajium says fascism is imperialism applied at home. Is that an Amy Cesar quote? Oh my god, I can't get this Twitch thing to open. Speaking of primes, oh my god, I can't get anything to work. Oh, maybe right here. 22Gs, thank you for the prime. Looks cozy, Irene, the new house. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, just as I was thanking people for the ways that you can support me even without spending any money on your own end, right? Which are by hitting that like button on YouTube and by using a Twitch Prime to sub on Twitch, which gets you the emotes, but also supports me, and I also appreciate that a lot. So thank you, 22Gs, for the Prime sub. Do not block out DOMs or switches too, just subs. I mean, like, that's what I'm supposed to do. I don't feel like doing it today. We do need to bounce around. And we're gonna bounce around to this. Let's see if this works. Oh no, chat! The jellyfish! The jellyfish must have been on my hard drive. Do you see this? I don't know. I guess we'll do this for today. Wondering why I'm here since I'm not a member? All right, so let's see what this Overzealots video is all about.
Up until recently, corporate media and ivory tower elites have held what seemed to be a monopoly on the flow of information. If you wanted to hear an opinion on a contentious matter, you would have to turn on the corporate media platform of your choosing, and you would be spoon-fed an acceptable position on the topic at hand. For a good long while, this arrangement served corporate interests quite well. As Noam Chomsky and Edward S. Herman put it in their 1988 book, Manufacturing Consent, the mass media serve as a system for communicating messages and symbols to the general populace. It's their function to amuse, entertain, and inform, and to inculcate individuals with the values, beliefs, and codes of behavior that will integrate them into institutional structures of the larger society. In a world of concentrated wealth and major conflicts of class interest, to fulfill this role requires systematic propaganda. This model of subtle propaganda and gatekeeping of serious discussion has fallen out of favor in recent years due to the rise of alternative media figures and platforms. From YouTube to Twitter to Rumble for the really bad boys, these alternative media platforms have proven to resonate quite well with the average person.
Okay, so I like this video because it's chocked full of content, it's chocked full of information, but it's also kind of moving a little too fast. So if you didn't get that, right, what Overzealots is describing is the move from the, I guess you could call it a 20th century paradigm, where information is centralized. Trust is centralized, right? If you see it in the paper, you believe it. If you see it, unless it's like the Inquirer or something like that, if you see it on like on one of the major network newses, you know, like there's CBS, ABC, NBC, and then like, well, Fox doesn't do, they do local news, right? But they don't have like a anyway, like, you know, you had a kind of centralized knowledge disbursement system, right? As far as what you trusted, what you believed, what was news, right? And so as a result, you didn't have what we have now, which are like legitimate disagreements about like, hey, were there Haitians in Ohio that were eating the cats and eating the dogs? Well, it depends. Were you watching Fox News? If so, yes, they absolutely ate those cats. They absolutely ate those dogs. They ate the geese too, right? They were eating the pets of the people right? Or if you're an MSNBC viewer, then no, they weren't eating the pets. But back in the day, it would be like, actual journalists would go out and find out if Haitians are eating the dogs and cats, and they'd report it to you. And that was the news. Now, this had, a good and a bad side, right? The good side being that you can tell if a immigrant group is coming to America and eating people's pets or not. Or more likely, that's like a bullshit line, right? You didn't have money talking and bullshit walking quite the way that you do now. You didn't have, like something like Pizzagate wouldn't have taken off as much. But, what did take off was propaganda for the military-industrial complex. If you watched television during the Gulf War in the 90s, you knew that that was a just and proper war, and you knew that George H.W. Bush was a hero of our nation. And you knew that Saddam Hussein was bad, and that, right? You didn't hear the whole story that Saddam Hussein used to be an ally of the United States, because that wasn't part of the official story. So that's the good and the bad of it. You could count on a certain level of factuality, of an agreement on the basic facts of the matter, even if there was even if there was a disagreement about the the spin, right? There was always spin. There was always like, how do you spin the facts? How do you narrativize it, right? But the facts were something that were agreed upon. But at the same time, sometimes you didn't get all the facts, right? Sometimes you were missing a big piece that, I think the Iraq War would be the moment where a lot of Americans realized how much they were missing in the news media narrative, right? So that's what Overzealous is talking to us about, right? Is the old way of knowledge, that knowledge gets transmitted, versus which he's describing in the Noam Chomsky sense as being manufactured consent. Yes.
Book, Manufacturing Consent. The mass media serve as a system for communicating messages and symbols to the general populace. It's their function to amuse, entertain, and inform, and to inculcate individuals with the values, beliefs, and codes of behavior that will integrate them.
Oh, also, Sarah, I saw that you thank you for the PayPal contribution.
Into institutional.
Wait, am I supposed to put 20 towards was it 20 towards the Ethan crash out? Yeah, that makes it 72. Oh my God, chat. It's legitimately close now.
Structures of the larger society. In a world of concentrated wealth and major conflicts of class interest, to fulfill this role requires systematic propaganda. This model of subtle propaganda and gatekeeping of serious discussion has fallen out of favor in recent years due to the rise of alternative media figures and platforms. From YouTube to Twitter to Rumble for the really bad boys, these alternative media platforms have proven to resonate quite well with the average person. And for good reason. People have begun to see through the elitist corporate stronghold that traditional media held over the flow of information for decades. And for a lot of people, they've become disillusioned with the status quo that those institutions were propped up to protect. People are tired of feeling as though serious political conversation can only be reserved for ivory tower elites and fucking Anderson Cooper. So when they hear a seemingly down-to-earth guy like Joe Rogan talk with his buddy who has an interest in politics or aliens or what have you, it's easy to resonate with them and latch on to folks like that for insight on current events and world news. Same goes for his contemporaries, who seem to offer an alternative to the polished media institutions of old and instead sell you their personalities, ranging from humble and inquisitive to whatever this is. However, as we've recently seen, these alternative media ecosystems very quickly begin to replicate the undesirable aspects of traditional corporate media. From sketchy funding to audience capture, independent media has proven not to be immune to the shortcomings of its predecessor. But worst of all, these alternative media spheres are a breeding ground for anti-intellectualism. I know that sounds like a really elitist word, but I do think it's important to know what it means and how to spot it in the wild. Anti-intellectualism is hostility to and mistrust of intellect, intellectuals, and intellectualism, commonly expressed as deprecation of education and philosophy and the dismissal of art, literature, history, and science as impractical, politically motivated, and even contemptible human pursuits. Anti-intellectuals may present themselves and be perceived as champions of common folk, populists against political and academic elitism, and tend to see educated people as a status class that dominates political discourse and higher education while being detached from the concerns of ordinary people. Sound familiar? This is the entire MO of Alex Jones, Tucker Carlson, and the like. Anti-intellectualism, with its disdain for science, embrace of conspiracy theories, and us versus them mentality.
Flat Earth.
What I'm telling
if you're on a flat Earth, you could travel anywhere.
Yo, Butterfly.
You point at 2 cities and you
Because
just
we've
go
been
there.
lied to so much, I get what you question.
Is the foundation of reactionary politics and a driving force behind the rise of the far right.
I thought Churchill was the chief villain of the Second World War.
I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay.
But this video is not about Joe Rogan, Alex Jones, or Tucker Carlson. It's actually about a subset of alternative media that I like to refer to as SlopTube. I didn't coin this term, but SlopTube typically refers to content creators, not necessarily just YouTubers, who create run-of-the-mill drama commentary or pop culture content, typically from what they claim to be an apolitical perspective. SlopTube content ranges from covering interpersonal beefs between YouTubers, all the way over to political commentary that's supposed to be somewhat centrist, but often carries water for the right. I don't use the term SlopTube as a pejorative. I actually engage in the slop every now and then. I think there are certain creators in this realm who do a really good job. I also concede the point that left-wing YouTube or BreadTube or whatever it's called is definitely home to some annoying motherfuckers, so you don't need to convince me on that. But the reason I want to look into SlopTubers for this video is because they benefit from a very special type of defense. Let's call it weaponized ignorance. It's where they utilize their position as ostensibly apolitical content creators to shield themselves from criticism when they throw their hat in the ring on serious political conversations. They may not even know that they benefit from this, but regardless of their intentions, their positions in the online ecosystem allot them this privilege. Again, I don't think it's wrong for them to cover contentious political topics. I'm actually happy that they do because I think there's things that we can all learn from each other, and discussion shouldn't be stifled due to a perceived lack of credentials. But my point here is that they should treat serious topics with the respect they deserve. That includes backing up their statements with sources, and when they get something wrong on a contentious subject, issuing a correction.
Hezbollah is credited with about 500,000 deaths in Syria.
Let's ask our friend ChatGPT.
I've looked into this pretty extensively. Okay. Hezbollah has killed significantly more people by almost like 10 times, I think. I mean, we don't know the exact numbers coming out of Gaza at the moment. I'm trying to dry off the jack. Are you reading something contradictory, AB?
Yeah, I mean, ChatGPT says overall, due to the scale of frequency of IDF operations over decades, they have likely caused more Muslim casualties than Hezbollah.
No shot. Hold on. What was the question you asked it?
Hezbollah versus IDF, who has killed more Muslims?
Ask if it's including the Syrian civil war. I mean, that makes no sense. I've literally fact-checked this 1,000,000 times, I feel like.
In reality, their positions as drama creators actually serve as a shield for them when they irresponsibly cover a serious topic. Like I said, weaponized ignorance. You can think of it as a cousin to anti-intellectualism in the way that it shuns responsible inquiry, and in many instances keeps these creators insulated from having to actually put the work in to appropriately research the topics they broach. Often, these creators dabble in these topics not because they have a genuine concern for the subject at hand or because they cherish journalistic integrity, but because it's an easy way to get views and, more importantly, it's an easy way to stake out a position contrary to a creator they dislike and use contentious political topics as a proxy for personal issues, as we will see later in this video. Keep in mind, this apolitical veneer requires these creators to lend credence to the narrative that the far left and the far right are equally morally objectionable.
I'll tell you who we're talking about. You don't think Hassan has influence online?
Of course he does,
He's mainstream.
For sure.
So this is like Donald Trump hanging out with Nick Fuentes. Like, you don't think that matters?
Which results in this stupidity being parroted by their viewers.
I believe the biggest streamer on the left, Hassan Parker, he's just extremely, radical, and gets people just really worked up. And,
Okay, well, how about we look on the right? Nick Fuentes. Which one do you think is more harmful?
Honestly, between them, Hassan Parker. He literally plays
Hassan Parker? What? You don't even know his last name.
I'm so sorry, but saying that, like, Hassan produces work
Oh my god, Hassan Parker. Hassan Parkour. That's what I want. Hassan the bold guy. Alright, chat, let's do this, like, let's test this out, alright? Look at this. This blue liquid. I don't know if this is actually gonna work, but let's try. Supposedly when you add acid, when you change the pH, the color changes. Hardcore Hassan Parkour. Parker is the replacement for Sex Pestiny? I thought that was, oh my god, what's his name? Harry Sisson. Mystery Juice, yeah. I don't know, chat. Does it look like it's changing? I think it's supposed to turn purple. I'm not sure. Doesn't look like it's changed. Does it pink? I don't think it goes. Does it go pink? Somebody look it up. This is butterfly pea flower tea. And I added some coconut water and some lime juice to try to see if I could get it to change colors. Is there alcohol? It looks like there should be, but there's not. Because I'm not cool enough. I'm not cool enough to drink alcohol, actually. But I am cool enough, chat, to put a butterfly in my hair. Oh my gosh. I haven't... Wait. Gotta do this right. Yes, right there. It's been a long time since I've gotten to have a butterfly in my hair. I should do a monthly magical Thai sampler box. I want to try that stuff. I'll pay. That's actually not entirely an off-base idea. That could, like, I don't know. Alcohol isn't cool anymore. If you add enough alcohol or enough acid, okay. So what, it goes from blue, which is the natural color of the flower itself, to purple, I guess. Yeah, I must not be putting nearly enough alcohol in it. I'm sorry, I'm not putting any alcohol in it, chat. It's I mean to say acid. Again, I should specify that when I say acid, I'm talking about pH, not anything else. Late to the live, I was on a roll making Ethan Klein Giardia mixtape track. Damn. I need to get more just because is it because it's blue that it looks like there should be alcohol in it? Does the drink have methylene blue in it to measure pH? No, it's like literally just the flower of the butterfly pea. But people are saying if you put enough acid in it, it turns pink. Yeah, like red cabbage, yeah. pH is a great way to end a word. Yeah, but if you end a word in pH in Thai, it'll sound like puh. Like Phuket, not Phuket.
Veneer requires these creators to lend credence to the narrative that the far left and the far right are equally morally objectionable.
I always call this theory bookends, right? The bookends, right? And it's comfortable. It's comfortable. Like, if you want to be nice and comfortable, especially in the midst of manufactured consent, right? If you want to be nestled into the imperial core, like a little baby bird that doesn't look up to see that its mama bird is actually a skeletal vulture, right? Then you can tell yourself that, yeah, you've got far right, like the Nazis, which is a problem. It's not great. And you got far left, like the goddamn commies. And that's also not good. And they're equally bad. And they're equally not good. And we are the Goldilocks nation that is just in the right place, just nestled into that comfortable centrist bosom. And I mean, you know, that's a huge part of what capitalist realism, that's a huge part of, if you were to talk about capitalist realism as being a structure, remember capitalist realism is what Mark Fisher wrote about when he said that it's easier for us to imagine the end of the world than it is for us to imagine the end of capitalism. That is a good place for capitalists to have us. How do they have us there? Partly because of this centrism, partly through this, you know, this concept that there's a virtue in that centrism is, first of all, real. There's like a real spectrum, you know, and there's nothing more complicated. There's no other axes, right? And that you know, that the United States is the Goldilocks of nations. It's not too hot, it's not too cold, it's not too soft, it's not too hard. It's, you know, we found the way.
I'll tell you who we're talking about. You don't think Hassan has influence online?
Of course he does.
He's
yeah,
mainstream
for sure.
So this is like Donald Trump hanging out with Nick Fuentes. Like, you don't think that matters?
Which results in this.
What? I'm sorry. What was like Donald Trump hanging out with Nick Fuentes?
Instances cover a serious topic. Like I said, weaponized ignorance. You can think of it as a cousin to anti-intellectualism in the way that it shuns responsible inquiry, and in many instances keeps these creators insulated from having to actually put the work in to appropriately research the topics they broach. Often, these creators dabble in these topics.
The eyebrows! The eyebrows!
Not because they have a genuine concern.
The eyebrows!
For the subject at hand, or because they
do it again, Asman.
Cherish journalistic integrity.
One more eyebrow.
Because it's an easy way to get views.
There we go! Oh my god, this guy with his eyebrows!
And more importantly, it's an easy way to stake out a position contrary to a creator they dislike and use contentious political topics as a proxy for personal issues, as we will see later in this video. Keep in mind, this apolitical veneer requires these creators to lend credence to the narrative that the far left and the far right are equally morally objectionable.
I'll tell you who we're talking about. You don't think Hassan has influence online?
Of course he does.
He's
yeah,
mainstream.
For sure.
So this is like Donald Trump hanging out with Nick Fuentes. Like, you don't think that matters?
Which results in this stupidity being parroted by their viewers.
I believe the biggest streamer on the left, Hassan Parker, he's just extremely, radical.
Oh, I forgot about this. I forgot about when this guy calls into Parker. Wait, is this Dean Withers or is this Parker?
People just really worked up.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know my TikTok. Is this Dean? This is Dean, right? But is he reacting to Parker taking a call about Hassan Piker or Hassan Parkour?
Okay, well, how about we look on the right? Nick Fuentes. Which one do you think is more harmful?
Honestly, between them, Hassan Parker. He literally plays
Hassan Parker? What? You don't even know his last name.
I'm so sorry, but saying that like Hassan produces worse outcomes for society than a Neil.
What's the dude's name? Parker get a job or something? He's like a friend or like somebody who collabs with Dean Withers.
Neo-Nazi that loves Hitler and gets like 40,000
So,
viewers is absolutely radical.
In their chase for clicks and relevance, their audience is left with a hodgepodge of half-baked ideas and little nuance about the topics their favorite creator just introduced them to. So, in a bit of an ironic twist, I'm going to cover some slop tubers to highlight examples of this behavior, which I guess makes me the slop tuber this time. Sorry. The main creators I want to
Welcome to the fold, overzealots. Welcome to SlopTube.
Focus on in this video are the live stream.
Welcome to Slop Nation.
Asmongold, Gold, Mudahar from the YouTube channel.
Oh yeah, I kind of like this, right? Shitty cutouts, but then he's got the head separated from the body, and so they're kind of like they're doing a little like
some ordinary.
Look at that.
And the very well-known YouTuber and podcaster Ethan Klein of H3H3 Productions. These three people are in no way the only creators who exhibit this behavior, but they will serve as great examples of what I'm talking about. I want to focus specifically on them is because their stories are somewhat intertwined, and they have all
okay.
at some point in the past year and a bit made content that broaches the very serious geopolitical topic that is the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. So before we start, I need to fill you in on some context and explain how we got here. Back in 2021, subject of this video, Ethan Klein, was one half of a political podcast called Leftovers. His co-host was the left-wing commentator Hassan Piker. Now, their podcast was, in my opinion, very enjoyable. It benefited greatly from the dynamic between the two. Ethan came across as the well-intentioned, slightly left-leaning funny guy, and Hassan assumed the role of the more seasoned political commentator. The podcast came to an end in late 2023, largely due to the October 7th attack in Israel. I'm not going to go into detail about how exactly this show and their friendship came to an end because it's not the most important part of this video, and frankly, I don't care much about the interpersonal drama between them. But in a nutshell, Ethan lived in Israel for a bit, and his wife, Ela, served in the IDF, while Hassan is a vocal advocate for the Palestinian plight. After October 7th, 2023, Ethan began making statements that many interpreted as tacit defenses of Israel, sparking backlash from his progressive fan base. He compared the organization Jewish Voice for Peace to capos.
The reason why I brought up Jewish Voice for Peace and other groups using this as well, like Jews themselves in America using this anti-Zionist slogan, indicates that this slogan isn't one that is about the evisceration of Jews. If that was the case, then they wouldn't use it.
There was Jewish collaborators with fucking Nazis.
Ethan, don't do that, please. Don't say that the Jews' Voice for Peace are akin to capos.
Made a disturbing remark about Aaron Bushnell by saying he burned.
So now you'll sometimes hear Ethan reacting to this accusation that he compared Jewish Voice to Peace to capos by saying that he never did that. That's a lie. That's Hassan and his echo chamber just spreading lies, spreading fake news, right? That was the interaction. So he didn't say capos, right? But look at how he's describing Jewish Voice for Peace and ask yourself if that's not the comparison that he's making.
Progressive fan base. He compared the organization Jewish Voice for Peace to capos.
The reason why I brought up Jewish Voice for Peace and other groups using this as well, like Jews themselves in America using this anti-Zionist slogan, indicates that this slogan isn't one that is about the evisceration of Jews. If that was the case, then they wouldn't use it.
There was Jewish collaborators with fucking Nazis.
There was Jewish collaborators. So yeah, we bring up Jewish Voices for Peace, right? JVP. One of the organizations at the forefront of the protests of the Free Palestine movement in the United States. And Ethan's first comment is like, well, there were also Jews who collaborated with Nazis. So what the fuck, Ethan? What were you trying to say there? I'm sorry, did we get you wrong? Did we misunderstand you? Was there something else you were trying to say there? Is there any way to resolve that as not a comparison? I feel like calling JVP collaborators, right, is pretty bad in and of itself. But you did bring up, this is the whole thing. He brought up collaborators with the Nazis, right? Yes, there were. They were called capos, right? There were literally people, at camps that were in the camps that got a slight bit of comfort or perks or I don't even know what, right? In order to be informing, in order to help the, not Nazis do what they're doing, right? I don't know what other collaborators he might be talking about, but it sure as fuck sounds like, yeah, he's comparing them to capos.
Don't do that, please. Don't say that the Jews' Voice for Peace are akin to capos.
Made a disturbing remark about Aaron Bushnell by saying...
And I also want to point out that when Hassan says that, right, when he says, Ethan, please, right? He's not being pedantic to Ethan, right? That's not what he's trying to do. He's not just going, Ethan, please, right? The reason that he's beseeching Ethan not to say that shit is because Hassan is convinced that Ethan has been misinterpreted by his audience, by Ethan's audience, who are leaving in droves. Hassan is under the impression that Ethan is just kind of coming off wrong, that Ethan doesn't have a bad heart, that Ethan's not a bad guy, right? That he is missing some pieces to understanding Israel-Palestine, And that because of that lack of knowledge, you know, he's not, which he's not attributing to malice. He's attributing to ignorance. That Ethan is coming off sounding like he is in support of, yeah, the literal wrong side of history. And Hassan is like, don't do this to yourself. Don't do this. No, Ethan. No, Ethan. Stay away from the third rail. Don't piss on the electrical fence. Don't make fun of Aaron Bushnell self-immolation, right? This is what Hassan's saying. This is more evidence that Hassan did not attack Ethan Klein. Quite the opposite. Hassan defended Ethan Klein, much to the annoyance of much of his audience.
He burns alive really good.
Not to put this uncouth, but he's a champ at fucking burning alive. I mean,
there we go. You wonder why you lost your audience, Ethan. Here it is.
That sounds bad,
but no, it's so much easier to blame Hassan.
Did it really good.
And echoed Ben Shapiro-style talking points by telling a pro-Palestinian sex worker that Hamas would kill him on the spot. As if this would, convince the guy to support Palestinian oppression? I don't know what Ethan's trying to do here. Ethan's brand of liberal Zionism increasingly alienated many of his progressive viewers. He later blamed Hassan for this shift, claiming that Hassan's more leftist politics had radicalized the audience into disagreeing.
Would I speak to Ethan? What a question. I mean, he's not exactly beating down my door, but I don't see why not.
With him. Ever since this, Ethan has relentlessly...
The problem is, chat, that if I talk to Ethan, there's part of me that would want to reach out to him. There's part of me that would want to communicate the part that he's missing, but I don't really think he's missing all that much anymore. Like, I don't think there's anyone there to reach. It's hard for me to talk to somebody without trying to get through to them, even if I know that there's just no there. There's no way. And realistically, chat, there is no way that I or even Sam Cedar or Hassan or anybody that talks to Ethan Klein is going to get through to the guy. I don't think he's changing.
Attacked pro-Palestinian advocates.
I am so proud to be marching with so many Jews.
Yes, the Jews! The Jews are here! Did we mention that?
Mm-hmm.
And I hope he is fired.
I'm sorry. Okay, I'm not trying to laugh at stuff that Ethan can't help.
Socialists, Marxists.
Karl Marx.
It was a weird time to be sniffing.
Because I got a fucking lot to say about that dipshit. Mao was a dumb bitch. What the fuck did he do?
Oh god, I forgot about this.
Actually, he did a lot. He helped China a lot, but at what cost? He did a lot for China, I think. I don't know a lot about it.
And pretty much anyone to his left, denouncing them as radicals,
It's so weird that he's got smoke for Marx, but he doesn't have smoke for Mao. That's so weird, chat.
And terrorist sympathizers.
Or he's got like less smoke for Mao.
He's even gone.
He's not sure. He's not sure how to. Oh, I don't know. I don't want to say anything too bad about Mao, but
so far as to make a nearly 2-hour video titled "Content Nuke Hassan Piker," in which he propagates lie after lie about Hassan, Palestinian history, the Nakba, and so on. But we'll get back to this later. Despite all this, Ethan still claims to be a stalwart supporter of the Palestinian cause.
I've been a stalwart supporter of the Palestinian cause for many years.
And the reason he feels this way is because he's critical of the current Netanyahu government and he supports a two-state solution. But as has been noted by Iraqi-Israeli historian Avi Shleim and many others like him, by its settlement expansion, Israel effectively killed the two-state solution. What is left of the West Bank is a collection of Palestinian enclaves surrounded by Israeli settlements and military bases that cannot form a viable state. In short, the two-state solution is dead, or to be more accurate, it was never born. The outcome I have come to favor is one democratic state between the River Jordan and the Mediterranean Sea, with equal rights for all its citizens regardless of ethnicity or religion. Proponents of a two-state solution also often tend to overlook the right of return for the over 7 million Palestinian refugees and their descendants living outside the Israeli-Palestinian borders, despite UN Resolution 194 affirming their right to return to their homes if they so choose. Apart from this, focusing solely on Netanyahu or the far right in Israel obscures the broader reality. The foundational project of Israel is one of ethno-religious supremacy and ethnic cleansing. Even relatively liberal or supposedly peaceful Israeli leaders are guilty of atrocities. To ignore that is to miss the forest for the trees. Ethan opposes lifting the blockade on Palestinians because he believes they would resort to violence if given the chance.
A one-state solution just eliminates like one internal faction that is an ever-present danger.
What does that sound? Zara Xerix just subscribed. Just became a jellyfish. Wait, does it show me? It says 39 months, and it says meow, meow, meow. You're using the meow emote, which on Twitch is actually animated. That's people are wondering like what the benefits of subscribing on Twitch now that it does it. There's no ad break to get out of. That's one big benefit is that you get emotes. You got 3 different meows there.
Danger.
And you're telling me if we were to lift the blockade and the wall around Gaza today, there wouldn't be more violence against Israelis?
But this ignores a crucial reality. Palestinians have endured brutal oppression. That oppression needs to end. And while some have responded with violence, it's a response to systemic abuse, not some innate desire to harm Israelis. Framing Palestinians as inherently violent and incapable of integrating into a democratic state isn't just wrong, it's racist. As we'll see in this video, Ethan's analysis of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict is steeped in Eurocentrism and reveals what seems to be, if I'm going to be very charitable, a subconscious belief in Western superiority. But first, let's introduce the other 2 subjects of this video. Speaking of holding a belief in Western superiority, this is Asmongold, a live streamer known for bangers such as,
if you want to consider a genocide as a systematic killing of a group of people, they have genocide built into Sharia law right now. So no, I'm not going to cry a fucking river when people who have genocide that's baked into their laws are getting genocided. I don't give a fuck. They're terrible people. These people are not your allies. They are not the same as us. They come from an inferior culture that is horrible.
Oh my god. Oh my god. We gotta, like, this is like, I don't even know if you're allowed to, like, watch Asmongold say that shit on Twitch.
Leave that on the screen for a second so you can...
But you know what he said, right? You know, he talked about Palestinians having an inferior culture and implied that justified the genocide that was happening to them.
Get a glimpse of the superior Westerners living...
The superior culture. Clearly, chat. This is the view of the superior culture of Asmongold.
Now, it is true that Asmongold has apologized for this horrendous statement, and at the time seemed as though he would try to be more careful.
I don't know. I wasn't buying his apology.
Dealing with serious issues going forward, but it wasn't long before he was back on the scene with more bullshit. From joking about rounding up migrants dressed as Ash Ketchum.
What is the probability that Tom Homan would let me...
Yo, what is happening? Narwhal by Nature with the 5 gifted memberships. AA, author of Winnie the Pooh, possibly. You just got weaseled. Passing Wind, author of A Fart. You just got weaseled. Roy Scott, you just got weaseled. Tuh Slime, you just got weaseled. Bradigan, you just got weaseled. And that is a good thing.
Go with him dressed up as Ash Ketchum with watching them do deportations.
To saying shit like the Holocaust probably happened.
I think the Holocaust probably happened. I think probably 99% certainty it happened.
To engaging in revisionist history by way...
So Ethan was talking about a dog whistle the other day, implying that Hassan getting Ichigo's sword for Bleach. And chat, I just happened to watch a Bleach clip recently, and yeah, Ichigo's sword does have that symbol. It's not a swastika. It's not. I would say that it's a. I mean, I don't know. Like it's swirly, but it's swirling in the other direction, and it's differently shaped. But yeah, Ethan's contention was that Hassan and put that sword in the iDubbbz video as a dog whistle, meaning that Hassan wants to signal to anti-Semites that he is with them, but he's unwilling to say it openly, and so he's going to do it through like just showing them that sword and like a little wink and a nudge, right? And again, I pointed out the problem with this is that anti-Semites are almost all anti-communist. And Hassan is the opposite of an anti-communist. So there's a lot that wouldn't work with this theory of Ethan Klein's, but that's a dog whistle, right? That's him saying that he thinks there's a 99% that the chance that the Holocaust happened. And so to the Nazis out there, they're fixating on, so you think there's a chance. So you think there's he's open. You know what I mean? He's open to the possibility of another narrative, right? That's, and then if you ask him about it, you know what I mean? If you're like, Asmongold, why did you say you think there's only a 99% chance? He'd be like, well, anything's possible. I mean, we don't know. Like he'd give you some bullshit line that's what he does, is he gives himself plausible deniability, right? If asked about it, he could say, I said there's a 99% chance that the Holocaust happened. What more do you want? But the discriminating anti-Semitic tastes out there will be able to discern that little possibility that he left open, and we'll take that as him saying that he agrees with them.
Way of arguing that the Nazis didn't burn books to stifle what they believed to be degeneracy, but rather because those books were, quote, written in Jewish.
The Nazis burned books on gender sciences.
They did do that.
First. Now the administration has villainized and marginalized migrant workers, trans.
It's a bit of a miss. Like, my understanding is that they burned them not because it was gender stuff, but because it was written in Jewish and not German.
This guy is an unstoppable force of stupidity, but a very popular one, with millions of followers and dozens of thousands of people who watch every one of his live streams. These callous and irresponsible statements are being consumed by his massive audience of mostly young, impressionable men. Mr. Gold here is able to evade the scrutiny he deserves merely due to his position in the media ecosystem. He's a content creator who plays video games and complains.
Also, Norwell, thank you for the gifted memberships.
About how wokeness is ruining them. If the things he said were said on corporate media or by someone with a reputation of serious political commentating, that would be the end of their career. If Jake Tapper or even Jesse Waters said that they were 99% sure that the Holocaust happened, they would probably get canned and have to stake out a new career as an alt-right creator on Rumble. But when Asmongold says it, well, it's...
Or on OEN, I don't know. What do you think, chat? Are there some of those like right-wing like Fox News competitors that would be okay with a little bit of that?
Just Asmongold. The other creator I want to touch on quickly before we get back to Ethan Klein is this guy, Mudahar. Now, admittedly, Mudahar is not as bad as Asmongold or even Ethan, but he too displays a degree of what seems to be a subconscious belief in Western superiority when he chooses to dabble in political commentary. Remember what I said about how these guys approach these sensitive topics in a centrist, ostensibly apolitical way, purely for the sake of creating more drama slop content that ultimately ends up holding water for the right? Well, here's an example of Mudahar doing just that. In October of 2024, Mudahar posted a video called "Twitch is a Disgustingly Evil Platform," in which he attacked left-wing creators and broached the topic of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. At the time, Twitch was being accused of being anti-Semitic. These are claims that I believe to be baseless. Twitch was just highlighting pro-Palestinian voices and creators, some of which were Jewish themselves, and this anti-Twitch hate campaign was largely fueled by this stalwart supporter of the Palestinian cause, Ethan Klein. In Mudahar's video on the topic, he starts it out by saying,
"Now, this is in regards to serious world-shattering events that, again, I'm not an expert in, so I'm going to kind of tread light."
Not all anti-Semites are anti-communists. There is Infrared Haas, Jackson Hinkle, Cable of Maupin, Peter Coffin, the Nazgul Vortex. I don't know. So, like, there's a thing in music called resolution, right? You know, like when you hear those chords that are like dung dung, and like you're gonna end on the dung, right? like that dung, like, like you got your tonic, your 1 chord, your 4 chord. You sort of know when you hear that 4 chord, or that you're gonna resolve it to a 5 chord. And I would maintain that National Bolshevism, whether it be Duginism of Infrared Haas and Jackson Hinkle, or the class reductionism of a Peter Coffin or whatever, it's like it kind of always just resolves back to fascism. You know what I mean? Like they're hinting at like, some sort of a unholy fusion between two ideas that are each other's antithesis. But they always end up, just like the Nazi Party, for instance, contained elements of called a faction called the Strasserites, right? That were embracing, the socialism and the National Socialist Party, and these people were liquidated in an event called the Night of Long Knives, right? Hitler made sure that they would not be around for the fulfillment of the power grab.
Lightly in the situation.
He acknowledges that he will be broaching serious subject matter that he is ill-equipped to deal with, which is fine and can be done responsibly, but again, his position as a drama tuber, whether he's aware of it or not, insulates him from even having to try to cover things in a nuanced and responsible way. I mean, the video starts off with Mudahar minimizing Asmongold's genocidal statements, and then he immediately shifts to relentlessly attacking pro-Palestinian advocates. If you're gonna make a video adjacent to the genocide in Gaza, could you at least emphasize the severity and wrongdoings of the state of Israel as it exterminates dozens of thousands of innocent people? At least throw up a fucking headline or something. It's true that he pays a little lip service to what's happening in Palestine toward the end of his video.
I'm not somebody that is afraid to say that genocide is wrong. I think that there is an actual case of, genocide, and there's an actual case of attack that goes towards the Palestinian people. I think there's very serious situations that go around the world.
But that's only after he, A, spends the first leg of the video doing apologia for and minimizing Asmongold's statements, as we will get into soon. B, spends the rest of it attacking the creators who are actually trying to bring attention to the genocide in Gaza, a genocide our Western governments are complicit in, by the way. And C, does both sides are bad type bullshit by saying that Jews and Muslims are just at each other's neck, man. That's the way it's always been for centuries.
These are situations that involve, a group of people, Muslims and Jews, that have effectively been at each other's throats for not just decades, but hundreds of years. You are talking about hundreds of years of, just institutional dislike between each other. If you've ever grown up Muslim, and I have, then you know that there is a serious culture of anti-Semitism, in amongst the most conservative of Muslim circles. Just as you will know that there is a serious amount of Islamophobia in the most right-wing of Jewish circles. These are two groups of people that literally are just fighting each other.
But this analysis ignores so much historical context that it's outright irresponsible. Look no further than the Ottoman Empire, where Jews were a protected minority and had representatives in the Ottoman parliament. As our boy Avi put it, unlike Europe, the Middle East did not have a Jewish question. Anti-Semitism was a European malady that later infected the Near East. Jews and Muslims coexisted in many Middle Eastern countries for centuries. It wasn't until the arrival of European colonial settlers in Palestine in the late 1800s, and later the formation of the State of Israel and the violence and ethnic cleansing carried out by Zionist forces, that began to change. It's true that animosity towards Jewish people picked up as a response to Zionist settlers arriving in Palestine, but that tension had little to do with ideological anti-Semitism and nearly everything to do with the perception of Zionist settlers as part of a European colonial project. This idea that Jews and Muslims are incapable of coexisting is a dishonest narrative. It's weaponized to stoke far-right nationalism, and in Mudahar's case, it's being used to both sides a genocide. It was the interjection of the Europeans into the Middle East that introduced complex political animosities. When you leave that part out, you are lending credence to some very dangerous narratives. Stripping this conflict of its colonial and imperial roots doesn't just distort history, it hands ideology to ethno-nationalists, legitimizing apartheid and occupation as if they were just natural outcomes of ancient hatred, rather than deliberate political choices. This is a great example of how trying to forcibly—
It splooshed on me. Oh my god.
stake out a centrist position because you think it adds a veneer of nuance can actually undermine real nuance and give cover to some shitty ideas. Moving on. I don't think it's too much to ask for Mudahar if he's going to broach this serious topic to at least fill us in on the severity and details of what's actually happening in Gaza, especially if he's going to rack up 1 million views by shitting on these crazy woke Palestinian advocates. By all means, broach serious topics, but brother, you have millions of subscribers and the ability to shed light on the severity of the suffering being inflicted on these innocent people. But I guess it's better for the algorithm if you just take aim at a guy like Hassan Piker instead. All these SlopTube guys really fucking hate this dude. Some of them are genuinely obsessed. Take Nux, for example. He's a... What is this, a cartoon? Who has millions of subscribers across 2 channels and churns out videos about things like...
Nux Taku. Chat. I haven't talked about this fucker.
Take Nux, for example. I got no excuse. Why haven't I talked about him?
This guy's an immense shithead, an immense piece of shit. Like, he didn't used to be, my understanding is he didn't used to be political at all. Yeah, it's just Mudahar's former podcast co-host. He's a VTuber. And chat, I really don't want to be VTube negative, all right? I am not threatened by the existence of streamers who use an avatar, all right? I feel like sometimes some of the hate towards VTubers is from streamers that are, frankly, but there's a bad track record when it comes to VTubers talking about politics. I am sure that somebody out there, and I hope somebody out there will point out the exception to this rule. But the 2 VTubers I can think of from Twitch politics were both connected to a far-right Discord, right? And one of them was straight up got clipped saying some really racist stuff about Palestinians, right? And then this Nux Taku, like I said, used to be apolitical or used to not talk about politics, and then got canceled, I think, for something really similar to what Vosh got canceled for in terms of short stack goblins, right? Was a little too interested in below age anime women, if that makes sense to you. And then after the cancellation, shifted to, from what I've seen of the last few videos of Nox Taku I've seen have been, like just MAGA. It's just a MAGA content. It's Asmongold as a VTuber, right? And also weaponized ignorance too, right? Not somebody that knows a lot about politics, but somebody that is willing to feed the Trump fans out there.
What is this, a cartoon? Who has millions of subscribers across 2 channels and churns out videos about things like Snow White going woke, IRL streamers like Vitali and Johnny Somali, and of course, an unhealthy amount of videos about Hassan Piker. Like, way too many to count.
Wow. Wait, no, that's if you actually search Hassan on his channel, right? That's not just like going down his like last few videos, right?
A little more openly right-wing than your average slop tuber, and he regularly feels the need to educate us on contentious political matters, which I'm super grateful for, because where else would I develop my understanding of fucking trade protectionism?
In the long term, this is bringing unbelievable wealth and industry to the United States.
It's worth noting that he and his contemporaries rarely, if ever, actually back up their claims. Just look at this description box. No sources, just a polemic descriptor about how Democrats are cooked.
And what lets you get there? This is what lets you get there. Anti-intellectualism. Say it with me. That's what gets you into this sweet spot where you can be a political slop tuber. The fact that you don't know shit does not preclude you participating in a political discourse, right? Because who likes those nerds who care about facts anyway, right? They're gonna bring it down to your level, and you're gonna trust them because you're parasocially bonded to them, because you've watched Nux Taku enough that you have convinced yourself that he is your friend, and that's where your trust in him comes from, right? He wouldn't talk so confidently about something that he doesn't know.
Lord Elon Musk and what seems to be a bunch more SEO ranking terms. And then he has the gall to claim that his video is for educational purposes. Maybe I'm just being a dick, but is it really too much to ask that when we make definitive statements about contentious political or economic issues, we substantiate those claims somehow? Especially if we're going to make quote-unquote educational videos. Anyway, back to Mudahar. In his video, he calls out a pro-Palestinian creator by the name of Frogan who said this about American soldiers.
I have no pity at all for any fucking soldiers. U.S. military? Boo fucking who? I hope you get PTSD. The U.S. military that are like, yeah, like, you know, I did this back then, but now I know it's wrong. Like, I'm changed. Like, fuck imperialism. Fuck this. You don't deserve the PTSD. But like any other motherfucker, you're joining them. You're like, oh my god, I want my fucking Camaro, no student loans. Fuck you.
Is what she said crude and callous? Yeah, sure. I would never co-sign the wishing of mental health issues onto anyone, but
especially not as a Twitch streamer, since it's literally against the terms of service. But yeah, but at the same time, like the kind of hate that Frogan gets is entirely overblown, and like the lack of understanding for somebody who's been affected by military interventions, who's had family members like literally affected by this, you know, being not a fan of the U.S. Army, right? With that carve out, of course, of for the people who had, you know, changed their mind later on, right? It's kind of understandable, right?
Let's examine where a statement like hers comes from. Frogan is a creator of Lebanese descent whose family fled the Israeli-Lebanese war. Is it really that hard to understand why a person of not only Lebanese descent, but of Middle Eastern, Latin American, African, or Asian descent might feel a hatred for the imperial, murderous U.S.?
That's what I'm saying. That's what, yeah, exactly. People are bringing up examples of not bad VTubers. Hakeem is technically a VTuber, huh? Yeah, apartheid anime girl. People act very different in an avatar oftentimes. It's supposed to be a gradual change to purple. Hiding your face also allows you to feel more protective. Well, yeah, I mean, in the case of, you know, somebody who's in charge, who's like running a far right Discord, right? I guess it makes sense that he wouldn't want to have his, you know, real life stuff associated with the hell frog that is his anime avatar. Too much of a whiny loser to be worth talking about. Oh, Nux Taku. Yeah, I guess. Not the bleach mask? Wait, the bleach mask, like the hollow mask? Oh, does he have a... Yeah, he has a skull on his head. Nox wasn't... just used to be like, talk about like anime. Yeah, like anime and pop culture and stuff like that. It's okay if you don't talk about Nox, he's annoying. To be fair, anime, especially a lot of shonen, tends to be pretty fascist. At least that's what I've observed, and I'm an anime fan. Neanners is unproblematic and apolitical. I'm so glad that you brought up Neanners and not Mori Calliope, HK. I'm glad, like, I would hate to have somebody be in, well, yeah, Mori Calliope is okay. Right? I have to break it to them that no, in fact, Mori Calliope is not okay. The only people similar to VTubers who are progressive I know are all furry streamers who stream with personas. They aren't human avatar VTubers. Nuz's avatar looks like a knockoff Arankar from Bleach. Oh yeah, it kind of does look like the Iran. I couldn't remember the name of the Arankar for a while. Like there was a day where I was trying more lime could accelerate the color change. it says. Huh, maybe I'll try to make another cup then. See if we can get it to turn purple. Yeah. For what Frogan is saying is actually understandable, even if counter to the Twitch terms of service based on the inclusion of veterans as a group of a protected group. That's why they're bringing it up, right? That's why that clip became such a big deal. Is because it was a way they thought they could get Frogan banned. Ethan said if you add up all the times he's mentioned Hassan, it probably equals out to an hour. Oh my god. Like, I love it. I love it. It's how out of touch he is. Truly, Ethan probably talks about Hassan over 100 hours collectively, right? Well, I mean, he's got to know. He's got to be gaslighting us with that. There's no way that Ethan actually... I mean, I don't know. He is, he does lack self-awareness, but I can't imagine that he really believes that Hassan's talking about him more than he's talking about Hassan. Oh, they focus on somebody like Frogan because she has fewer perceived protections or allies. Amy Komori with the super sticker, character, exaggeratingly stretching his arms forward to offer a cup of coffee. Thank you. I wish I had I think I've already drank my coffee, but I will cheers you with what's left of the blue liquid. The mugwump pea. The comment section on her response to Ethan visit. Oh god, I haven't checked out. Yeah, that's right. Frogan did a response to Ethan. I don't think we've watched that yet. Weird how obsessed these people. Yeah, they do kind of obsess about Frogan. Necosaurus is an example of a non-problematic VTuber. People are saying. I haven't really watched much Necosaurus. I feel like I used to know Surus.
Military that has infected their politics, bombed their countries, or outright occupied them for decades. Mudahar seems
_by super chatted $5. I'm sure if you found every instance of Ethan simply saying, Hassan, it'll last an hour.
Ooh, yeah, you're right.
He's the most honest podcaster.
Yeah, the most moral as well. That's true. Thank you for the super chat, Narwhal.
to think so. He had this to say about Frogan's take.
Oh, how out of touch do you gotta be? How privileged do you gotta be to sit there on your ass in California and just badmouth the people that take a bullet for your freedoms every single day?
Oh my god, Mudahar! He's talking about Frogan? Bro is literally talking about Frogan. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, Frogan should be more, you should, what is this, like JD Vance? You should show more gratitude. How dare you? How dare you? So they're out there fighting the evil terrorists so that you can sit on your couch. You can sit your privileged ass on this couch. They're fighting for your freedom. Frogan, how dare you? Isn't Mudahar Canadian? True. What is up with Canadians? Sorry, not all Canadians. I'm a...
How out of touch do you gotta be? How privileged do you gotta be to sit there on your ass?
How privileged? Mudahar, aren't you like a fucking millionaire or something? Dude literally playing video games as part of his job. And he wants to tell me that somebody that you know, famously, you know, has a rent, help me pay rent as the you know, as the dono bar, right? Is privileged, right? So somebody, wow.
Ass in California and just badmouth the people that take a bullet for your freedoms.
Take a bullet for your freedoms, Frogan. How dare you?
Every single day. The most outrageous shit you'll ever hear.
Just for reference here.
That is too wild. I swear to God, I think I watched that clip. I don't know why I didn't react to it harder. Like that right there is just unbelievable.
Here is Mudahar's very charitable coverage of Asmongold saying that he doesn't care if Palestinians get genocided because he believes they have an inferior culture.
I just want to preface, Zach Asmongold has pretty much walked these things back and, has apologized for it. In this situation, one could, if they were to extend the charitability, could say that Asmongold was probably referring to extremists in the Islamic religion and their view on people in the LGBTQ camp, all right?
And let's take another look at how he responded to...
Isn't it interesting how much more charitability he has for somebody endorsing a genocide than he does for somebody, reacting based on her real life experience of what these military interventions do to civilians, right? Wild. It's absolutely wild. He just steelmans the fuck out of what Asmongold will say. Well, no, Asmongold probably didn't mean that. Asmongold probably meant this. But with Frogan, you got no charitability. You got no understand. You're not even going to try to understand why she might feel that way. God damn.
Frogan.
Oh, how out of touch do you gotta be? How privileged do you gotta be to sit there on your ass in California and just badmouth the people that take a bullet for your freedoms every single day? The most outrageous shit you'll ever hear.
This is all in the same video, by the way. Where did all the charitability and nuance go? Instead, he goes on a diatribe about how the American military takes a bullet for her freedoms every single day. I'm sorry, Mudahar, but A, you're fucking Canadian, and I can say it like that because I am too. B, are you aware of what the US military has done to the Middle East? And C, since you want to dip your hand in the political cookie jar, I challenge you to name me a single time post-World War II when the American military fought to protect the American homeland and the civil freedoms of its people. Which US military intervention fought for her freedoms? Now, there is a conversation to be had about the poverty draft and how the US military preys on underprivileged people and communities and recruits them to sell their bodies into an imperial force. Yes, absolutely. But when that imperial force goes on to victimize entire regions of the world, you shouldn't be surprised when a person who was a descendant of one of those regions has negative feelings towards the US military. Frogan also went on to apologize for—
Better be careful about what you say about Canadians. Look, I'm okay with the Canadians in Canada. What I'm not okay with is like the Canadians that... Is it Lady Badash? Do you think it's something with like Canadians that like have a certain affinity to America? Like, because I'm thinking a lot of the Canadians that I have in mind are Canadians that have moved to the US.
callous remarks, and here is how Mudahar responded to that.
After some backlash, this complete dipshit comes out and goes, I realize that wishing people harm isn't the best way to talk about these issues. Really? Really? Wow! And these people are supposed to be the fucking intellectual bastions on the internet.
Now again, let's contrast this with the way he accepted Asmongold's apology.
In this situation, one could, if they were to extend the charitability, could say that Asmongold was probably referring to extremists in the Islamic religion and their view on people in the LGBTQ camp, all right?
No, I'm not going to cry a fucking river when people who have genocide that's baked into their laws are getting genocided. I don't give a fuck. They're terrible people.
Chat, does it feel weird for anybody out there that's LGBTQ? I guess, he's gonna... Is it weird to have him try to virtue signal on your behalf? Like anybody who's out there in the LGBTQ camp, we're in the camp, Mudahar. We're here in LGBTQ camp, and we're so glad that we got you to defend us against the evil Hamas. Thank you for speaking out against Hamas and all those bad thoughts that they have towards us LGBTQ campers.
It is an inferior culture in all ways.
Yo, oh my God.
Says something mean about an army known for bombing and occupying the Middle East. Mudahar's charitability is all dried up. That checks out. Is the point of Mudahar's video to foster genuine understanding and shed light on the horrific atrocities the Israeli state is inflicting upon the people of Palestine? Or is it just to score cheap shots at creators who are actively speaking out against the genocide Israel is currently committing? You tell me. This is not to say that you can't criticize people just because they support the Palestinian plight. You absolutely can and should if they deserve it. But when 99% of your coverage on issues adjacent to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict consists of hyper-focusing on pro-Palestinian internet creators, and the only thing you have to say about a literal genocide is, I think genocide is wrong, but Muslims and Jews just don't get along, man, it is fair for me to call your priorities into question.
And I want to put a finer point on what Mudahar and the rest of the slop tubers that go after Frogan are actually doing, right? Because there's some question in here about, like, you know, why are they going after Frogan? They're throwing Frogan to the wolves for views. That's what they're doing. That's what they're doing. Frogan is somebody that exists at a bunch of intersections of oppression, and as such is going to get an inordinate amount of hate. And what fuels the algorithm? I'll give you the answer. It's strong emotions, right? Now, these could be good emotions theoretically, right? If you know, you make your audience feel good, if you make them feel hopeful, that could work too. But most of the time, practically speaking, the easiest emotion to engender in one's audience are emotions like hate, fear, and disgust. And that's what Mudahar's playing with, right? And Rogan is just the cost of doing business for assholes like this. Literally being, you know, thrown to the wolves, right? Even if Mudahar himself, you know, does not wish the kind of hate on Frogan. Yeah, and Ethan and the crew made, you know, some nod towards this, right? That they don't agree with some of the stuff that gets said about Frogan on Twitter. All right, but you're still using her to get clicks from the people who do feel like that towards her, from the people who do want to Photoshop her in the most hateful ways you could imagine. Right? That's just, it's really cowardly shit is what it is at the end of the day.
Now let's move on to the main event. Ethan Klein. This video is not meant to debunk every inaccurate Zionist talking point Ethan has pushed over the past 18 months. Instead, it's meant to illustrate how his role as a drama slop creator lets him use serious political issues as proxies for personal beefs, avoid doing any rigorous research, and spew Western-centric nonsense to an audience of normies. If you want a detailed rebuttal of all his claims, there are many great YouTubers who have already done so. Creators like Chris Kunzler, Disinformation Tracker, and more. YouTuber Noah Samson did a really great job of using Ethan's content nuke slop video as a launching point to refute Ethan's lies and shed light on the atrocities Israel is currently committing. I'll link these videos below. One specific claim of Ethan's that really broke my brain is when he asserted that more Jews were displaced during the Nakba than Palestinians.
If the Jews didn't come from Europe after the Holocaust, they came from the surrounding Arab countries that expelled them in massive amounts following the 1948 war. In fact, there was more Jews displaced than Palestinians during the Nakba.
This specific claim is so absurd that I can't not include it in this video. Like I said, it has been refuted by the creators I mentioned earlier, but I want to quote Avi Schleim once more in regard to this claim. Zionists are driven by the propaganda need to portray the Jews as the victims of endemic Arab persecution, a portrayal that is then used to justify Israel's own atrocious treatment of the Palestinians. A rich, fascinating, and multi-dimensional history is thus reduced to a quest for ammunition to use in the ongoing war against the Palestinians. This trend reached its climax with the manufacture of the narrative of the Jewish Nakba. According to this narrative, the forced exodus of 850,000 Jews from Arab countries after 1948 amounted to a catastrophe, a Jewish Nakba, at least on par with, if not more devastating in its consequences than the Palestinian Nakba. Variously called the Forgotten Exodus, the Forced Exodus, or the Double Exodus, The purpose of this narrative is to create a false symmetry between the fate of two communities. This narrative is not history, it's the propaganda of the victors. Honest history has to acknowledge the part played by all the governments concerned in causing this man-made tragedy. The main difference is that the Palestinian refugees, for the most part, were ethnically cleansed by the Israeli armed forces, whereas Arab Jews, with a few exceptions, were given by the Arab governments the option of leaving or staying. Ethan also forgets to mention the fact that Palestinians were being ethnically cleansed well before the Nakba, also known as the catastrophe. Zionist paramilitary terror cells like the Haganah and its offshoots like the even more extreme Irgun were ethnically cleansing Palestinians before 1948, and those terror cells were later absorbed into the IDF. Ethan's framing obscures the true nature of Jewish migration to Palestine. If you take his words at face value, you might come away thinking, well, the Palestinians were expelled, the Jews were expelled, it's just a complicated mess of mutual displacement. But that kind of moral flattening is exactly what the Zionist narrative relies on to justify what actually happened. Palestinians were ethnically cleansed, which contributed to a reaction from many Arab-majority countries, prompting Jews to seek a new life in Palestine. Jewish migration to Palestine had already been taking place for decades by this point and ramped up after 1948. It wasn't some immediate population switch, as Ethan implies. The Zionist movement actively promoted Jewish migration through controversial methods. Some historians claim these include false flag operations to create pretexts for mass immigration of Jews from Arab countries to Israel. This entails staging attacks on Jewish targets in Arab countries and blaming them on local Arab communities as part of a broader strategy to increase Israel's Jewish population and solidify a Jewish majority. And to make things worse, these Arab Jews were mistreated horribly by their European counterparts once they arrived in Israel. They were solely there to secure the viability of a demographic majority. A particularly troubling example of this was the mistreatment of Yemeni Jews. During and after Operation Magic Carpet, thousands of Yemeni Jewish children disappeared under mysterious circumstances. Parents were told that their children had died from illness, but growing evidence suggests some were secretly given to wealthy, childless Israeli or American Jewish families. Others likely did die, but due to severe neglect, and their deaths were handled with shocking cruelty and insensitivity. Some reports claim children were used as medical test subjects and died from experimental treatments. This has come to be known as the Yemenite children affair. The broader Mizrahi Jewish population was often relegated to lower socioeconomic status, faced systemic discrimination, and were marginalized within the new Israeli state, with Ashkenazi Jews occupying higher positions in society. So when Ethan just chalks this complex situation up to mere mutual expulsion, he overlooks all the factors involved in pulling Arab Jews to Israel over the course of years. All that said, this context doesn't change the outcome. Jewish immigrants displaced Palestinians, took their land and property, and subjected them to an ongoing occupation. That's unacceptable, no matter the reason for their arrival and no matter how the Israeli government worked to reshape its population. Over the past 18 months, many videos have resurfaced of Ethan Klein and his wife, Ela, engaging in dehumanizing conversations regarding Palestinian people, literally referring to a Palestinian person as it at one point.
I walked with them to one house.
Okay.
I did get out of the car once, but surrounded with them. So.
Okay. Did they arrest anyone that night?
They did.
Did they bring it in the same car with you?
No.
Oh, different car.
There's a few cars going.
Damn, that's crazy. Was it like, how did you feel? Was it horrifying?
It was strange.
They've also revealed a double standard in the way they view Westerners versus the way they view people from the Middle East. For example, Ethan loves to accuse Hassan of being a terrorist supporter, and one of the reasons he makes this claim is because Hassan interviewed a young 19-year-old man from Yemen. At the time, Hassan was under the impression that the teenager was part of the Houthis, and he wanted to conduct an interview with him. It later turned out that he was not, in fact, a Houthi, but that revelation didn't matter to Ethan or Muda or Nux, and they all ran with the talking point that Hassan promoted a quote-unquote terrorist. Apart from the term terrorist being a highly contentious label, often used as a political tool to delegitimize groups resisting oppression while legitimizing the violence of oppressive states, let's zoom out a bit and look at the history of Yemen. Yemen is one of the poorest countries in the Middle East. It has been the victim of a genocidal campaign waged by a coalition of Gulf states, headed by Saudi Arabia and supported by the West. Israel's intentions...
Wait, Narwhal, I don't think that... for some reason it didn't do the notification. Narwhal by Nature says, I'm sure if you found every instance of Ethan simply saying Hassan, it'll be like an hour. See, I know, right? We're not even talking about Ethan talking about Hassan or talking about things related to Hassan or talking about people that he hates because of their association with Hassan. We're talking about just the word Hassan, if you took every instance of Ethan saying Hassan, just like if you took somebody took all the instances of Ethan saying the N-word from his earlier career and made a 7-minute compilation of just Ethan saying the N-word, how long would this Hassan, just Ethan saying the word Hassan, just saying Hassan's name, how long would that last? Sir, this is a good bean. Somebody make Hassan an H-word compilation, that's right. Yeah, Mudahar is Canadian. Yeah, the American army fighting for your freedom. Like, what the fuck? That is literally war on terror, like, bullshit propaganda. Like, do you see what I'm saying, chat? It's not just like... it's not just like that Mudahar is not considering how the American military might have impacted Frogan. It's also that, like, the statement that the United States military is protecting your freedom if you're American, right, is based on propaganda from 9/11. And it's based on the idea that the military actions that the U.S. undertook in Iraq and Afghanistan were for the benefit or for the safety, were protective of the American people and not part of the People for a New American Century plan that was already drawn up and waiting. You know, if ever there should be a terrorist event, you know, we got this plan to reorient the Middle East with the American military, right? In the same way that the Israeli Defense Force does not defend anyone, but is rather, you know, an offensive force rather than a defensive force, you could say the same thing about the American military and its engagements in the Middle East, right? If anything, those engagements put Americans at further danger. So it's not even true on the you know, in the small sense. Is Mudahar admitting he's anti-Semitic since he's Muslim? Or did he ignore... did he... Wait, I didn't catch that part. Did he say Muslims were anti-Semitic? My God. Or did he just ignore the idiotic statement about Muslims being monoliths? My favorite idiot defense, Jewish people were forced to pay a tax in Muslim country. Yes, everyone did. Muslims paid a higher tax. So I wanted to point out, if you see this right here, right? I'm on my computer again, I'm on my desktop. So we have the ability to do subathons. I got this out. Now, what I'd really like to do, chat, is to, like, well, anyway, if anybody wants to test this out, if anybody gets a sub on Twitch or donates bits or I think even follows, it'll do something. It'll have a notification, right? And that timer, right, that is counting down till, I guess, the end of the stream. I'm going a little bit later than I normally do because I got started late and I've been away for so long. But I wanted to throw out a way to extend the stream since we're using the dono goal to decide what we're watching at the moment. So I thought that maybe I'd do that through the subathon thing. The thing I really want to do, though, is to be able to give YouTube an ability, like, right. So right now, this timer only updates based on what happens on Twitch. It'd be cool to be able to do it with YouTube and Twitch and to do like a real dual stream subathon, but I don't know, chat. I also wanted to see if it still works, and I don't know. I guess we'll find out. Or maybe we'll find out if it still works. I just wanted to put it up there to make sure that, yeah.
Align heavily with those of the Saudi.
Yeah, chat. We'll do a real
Super chatted $5. Congrats with the new apartment.
Yo, thank you.
Hoping for second content.
Hoping for second content. Wait, second content. That's like second breakfast, right? Yo! What just happened? Miss Vamps just resubscribed. Hello, Irene. See, that's what happens. Great to see you back. Well, thank you, Vamps. And look at that. You put more time on the board. HK says nothing happens. We'll try to do some second content, some second breakfast. Let me just get, I'm making this run slow.
Coalition and is viewed as an outpost for Western hegemony in the Middle East. It is not exactly inconceivable why a 19-year-old from Yemen might be anti-Zionist, especially as the state of Israel is in the middle of committing a genocide. When this young man was asked by Hassan if he was anti-Semitic or simply in opposition to the ethno-religious supremacist idea that is Zionism, he confirmed the latter.
Ask him what he thinks about the fact that in America, some of the leading groups that are pro-Palestine are led by Jewish people who are anti-Israel. How does he feel about that?
He's saying anyone that supports Palestine, we're with.
He's done so many times back when he was active on Twitter. I did not mean the Jews, but the Zionists. I respect every Muslim, Jew, who stands with the truth, and I will do everything I can to protect him. Ethan's arguments as to why this kid is a terrorist are silly. First, he says the kid is a Houthi.
This Houthi pirate, I mean, who are you kidding? This guy's a fucking terrorist.
Even though we don't have concrete evidence to back that claim. In fact, Rashid, the Yemeni guy, denies being a Houthi.
Actual pirate, a actual criminal.
Fucking terrorist.
Second, the teen has tweeted violent things about Zionism, but as we've already seen, the kid is clearly able to distinguish between Zionists and Jews.
Yo! Sweet Hyacinths just followed and added some time. Added some time to the ticker. Look at that. Anytime somebody follows, I forgot about that. The following thing works as well. How am I? I'm doing okay. Yeah, people are commenting about the new apartment that you see behind me, and it is nice. I want to do some more content on this. Like, I kind of wanted to figure out a way to take chat on like an apartment tour, like show you the whole deal, and maybe even do some cooking on stream. I've been doing a lot of cooking since I moved in. I spent a month like living out of a suitcase, eating to-go food from a a vegetarian restaurant here, and I it's really nice to be able to cook whatever I want. The Houthi straw hats, yeah. What we need is Houthi D Monkey. Well, we already have. What did we call him before? Tim Houthi Chalamet. Show us those fancy foods we know nothing about. I mean, they're kind of the opposite of fancy. We're talking about like things like morning glory greens and Chinese kale. I don't know, but yeah, they're definitely foods that you probably haven't seen before. Yeah, I'm supposed to. Oh my god, chat! I hate I usually do the chitter chatter at the beginning of the stream. I usually don't interrupt like the content that I'm going over, but I just wanted to like update you a little bit. Like, so you know, if you know the whole like reason that I finally got a plane ticket, got off my ass, got my passport, etc., right? I was thinking about it ever since Trump eats morning glory seeds. Oh my gosh, I know what that does, YS Project. I'm familiar with the it's actually a precursor to another molecule that's even more powerful. But yeah, the morning glory seeds apparently have an effect in and of themselves. But anyway, chat, so like like when I was covering the election, as soon as like I saw that Trump was going to win, I kind of knew that I needed to get out of the country. And then every month I would think about, I would try to get my passport and get the things that I needed. And every single month I owed so much in rent that I couldn't afford to do it. And then finally, a friend of mine from college contacted me, and he said he was moving to Thailand. And I'm like, well, if he's going to do it, like, I got all the way to like March and I hadn't moved yet. Right. And, I knew that things were going to get worse, but I just kept on being like, well, maybe next month I'll have enough to do it. So yeah,
Columbia Re. Super chatted $5. If you ever do an apartment tour, you can always get inspiration from this Japanese YouTube channel I watch, A Micro Apartment Life.
A Micro Apartment Life.
For me.
Huh. I mean, this one's not exactly micro, but I get the idea. You mean the format, a Japanese YouTube channel called A Micro Apartment Life. I'll have to check that out. They aren't giving trans people passports at all anymore, period. They're not just changing the gender signifier. They are literally not letting people leave the country. So I guess I made the right decision. But regardless, chat, I made it or I hurried up my decision because of my friend, and he wanted to start a YouTube channel about travel and Thailand and needed actually kind of another hand at it, like another hand on the video camera, right? Somebody else to shoot footage and to edit and to come up with ideas. And so I was like, yeah, let's do that. You have an OG passport? Oh wait, I have an OG passport? Grandfathered anti-trans passports? No, I got an anti-trans passport. My passport is very anti-trans. And I even kind of felt out the woman at the passport office as far as whether she might be willing to, to make my gender marker match the driver's license. But yeah, no, she was like, she was very sorry about it. But she was like, well, maybe someday the politics will be different. And, right, that was her sort of attitude. Oh my God. There's too much juice in here. I don't even know if this one is good. Oh no, it's not. Yo, what just happened? Echoplex. There we go. There's the sound. I was like, there's no sound, but now there's sound. Welcome, streamer. Welcome, Raiders. Good to have you along for the ride. You've actually caught me in the midst of a subathon. It's a small subathon. We're actually kind of testing things out, but this one does apply, right? So if you put subs on the board, I will stay up a little bit later than I normally. Actually, I'm not staying up. It's middle of the day for me because I've moved. To anybody who hasn't been around in a while, I am now living in Thailand, and this is my new apartment. So welcome in. We're in the midst of covering a video essay from Overzealots about SlopTube, the phenomenon of SlopTube. What's up, Echoplex? Got the goats in chat. Echoplex is the goat. Go follow Echoplex if you haven't already. But yeah, this is Overzealots video essay on SlopTube, right? What do we mean by SlopTube? We're talking about a combination of anti-intellectualism and weaponized ignorance, right? The likes of Asmongold, the likes of some ordinary gamers. Hey Sydney, thanks for the follow. Yeah, actually follows actually extend the stream as well, so. And QT Cheeks, thank you for the follow. Will you share your friend's channel? You know what? Here's the problem. I was just getting to explaining what was going on with my friend, right? He's got some stuff going on in his life back in the US. His cat is gravely ill, and apparently his dad is not doing so great either. And so he is next week, at least for a couple of months, he's going to be going back to the United States. And I don't know if he's coming back. But I'm supposed to go over to his house and pick up some of his stuff, some of the stuff that he's bought over here. And that way, you know, because he's gonna get out of his lease. He's gonna sacrifice a good amount of money. Do we get to second bonus content? You know, I was trying to do things a little differently tonight, but we probably will do a second topic if that's what you're asking. But yeah, so oh my god, what am I trying to say? He's going back all right to El Salvador, says HK. That's what I was kind of worried about. I was like, actually, you know, you're putting yourself in a fair amount of danger by going back to the United States. I'm not sure if you'll be able to come back. And, you know, even just going back might be like, I don't know. I mean, they haven't done this to like citizens born in the United States yet, but they're working up their way up to that, right? It's getting crazy right now. They're trying to make it hard to travel to the United States. Yeah. But anyway, yeah, so he's going back. And so that for that reason, there is something I do need to do after stream. Otherwise we do it like a real subathon, where, you know, you literally can keep me up as long as you can manage. But we're just testing this one out for now. And something deeply grotesque about someone who has never thought, suddenly now having political opinions, and those opinions are inevitably the laziest, simplistic right-wing takes. My stepdad, who's Salvadoran, talked about visiting El Salvador. I was like, and are you expecting to come back afterwards, right? 2-year-old citizen was just deported to Honduras. Several people they sent were small, sent to Honduras were small children with cancer. Don't know if you covered it, but 3 children that are U.S. citizens were deported with their mother. Another 2-year-old was deported to Honduras. Another child with cancer as well. No, we haven't covered that yet. Yeah, the idea of today's stream was supposed to be that, you know, we'd switch topics, in that, like, if right now this video, Ethan, Asman, and Mudahar Sloptube, this is the video by, what's up, sweet hyacinths? This is the video by Overzealots called Sloptube and Weaponized Ignorance. Here, let me go ahead and give you this link. If you want to give Overzealots a follow, which I would recommend. It seems like pretty good content. We are at the Rubicon. We really are. Several people that were sent were small children. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, like, I'm worried about my friend. I understand that he's got somehow his dad is like way older than any of our parents, right? And his dad's not doing super well health-wise. He said something about he didn't like the way that his dad was being taken care of. So he's going back to take care of his dad and to maybe put down his cat, unfortunately. And for that reason, I have to go over to his house and pick up some of his stuff in case he wants to come back to the country, because he's going to abandon his apartment. He's gonna pay he's gonna default, or what is it called? He's gonna forfeit the security deposit, which is 2 times rent. And so he may come back, and for that reason, he's having me, you know, kind of take his the stuff that he bought here, so that he at least won't lose that. I didn't want to talk about politics either. I mean, that's on the agenda, and I put that on the poll for us to potentially switch to. Total of 5 children were deported. I feel like we've unintentionally switched topics just a bit.
Jewish people, even acknowledging the many Jewish organizations that support the Palestinian cause.
He's saying anyone that supports Palestine, we're with.
And finally, Ethan's smoking gun is an Instagram comment where someone asks this young man if he's a soldier, and he replies, yes. I don't think this is enough to substantiate the accusations Ethan has levied against him. Let's really quickly contrast Ethan's feelings about this Yemeni teen with his praise of Sam Hyde, a guy who Ethan even admits is probably a neo-Nazi.
Sam is an extraordinarily funny guy that inspired me a lot when I was coming up. But he's also like, he's just a little crazy. That's, you know, and also like extremely right-wing and potentially a Nazi as well.
I mean, I might be overthinking it, but Ethan seems to be strangely charitable when it comes to Sam Hyde, but none of that charitability transfers over to this Yemeni kid. In Ethan's eyes, he's just an irrational anti-Semite, but Sam is just a little weird and potentially a Nazi.
Indians. So chat, be thinking about what you want. We're about 20 minutes from being done with this Ethan Klein video. We'll have a little bit of time to cover something else. Right now, it looks like that's going to be Ethan's crash out. It's going to be like just catching up with like the droves of fucking content that Ethan made last week. Just too much to get through, so there's a ton of it. There's a ton of leftovers, if you will, for us to go over. That's what's winning right now. You can change what's winning by voting, right? So there's 177 of you have voted so far on the YouTube poll. If you're watching on Twitch, feel free to come over to YouTube and vote. Make your voice heard. Leave a like while you're there. The other thing you can do is when you donate, you can let me know in the chat which of these topics you would like to see me cover next. And I will put your money where your mouth is, adding it to the bonus like I did with Ethan Asman and Mudahar. The whole reason that we're watching this video first in the first place, right, is because of donos. And so, yeah, if you want me to cover a bit of the news before I go, or a bit of the TYT, the Rebellion Pack
Columbia Ring
story.
Super chatted $10. More for second content. Poor favor smiling face with
more for a second
smiling face with hearts.
Did you have a particular one in mind, Columbia Rican? Sam Hyde funny. I mean, yeah, that's what Ethan says. I've never really watched. He apparently had a show on Adult Swim called $1 Million Extreme, and I think they put out like 2 episodes before his past caught up with him, and Cartoon Network ended up canning Sam Hyde. But he's been this weird, like, anti-Semitic folk hero. I hate to put those words together, right? But that's what he is to anti-Semites, right? He's their guy, and they're trying to make him viable as a social media entity, a la Nick Fuentes or Andrew Tate, right? In spite of the multiple deplatformings and cancellations, this is their guy. Now, he had probably more motion behind him, I don't know, like a year ago than he does now. He got, I guess, some motion from, iDubbbz doing a video on him, where he kind of, I don't know, he like lied to iDubbbz. He showed him he dramatized his real life. He created this is the real life of Sam Hyde for iDubbbz to do a video on. And it turned out that these were people that he hired, or they were like actors or something. I don't know. But because he was perceived as having gotten the best of iDubbbz, he got some motion out of that. He did, I think this is a response video about the Trump immigration discourse the immigration discourse on the right, as far as H-1B visas, right? He was, I can't remember who he responded to. I think it was Vivek. I think he did a video. Did he do it like a video? I think it's like a video response to Vivek Ramaswamy or Elon Musk. I'm not sure which, but anyway, that had some motion. But yeah, he has kind of, he's not, as he doesn't have as much motion as he did like a half a year ago.
Are being used to replace white people.
Damn, maybe the Stalinists were right about Leon Trotsky being a fascist. Ethan is also very charitable in his coverage of Asmongold.
What about Asmon? Because he's juicing hard on Trump.
But he's like pro-Trump, isn't he?
Oh my God, is he?
I wouldn't say he's...
I have to imagine, right?
I don't think he's like pro-Trump explicitly, overtly. I know people try to say that. I think he definitely leans more conservative, but I don't think he's as conservative as people try to paint him out to be.
Inferior culture in all ways.
Well, let's
see. Asmon is Trump killed it.
He's Trump coded. That's
no,
a good...
Trump killed it.
What?
Trump killed.
That sounds pretty pro-Trump.
He said Trump what?
Killed it.
Oh, killed it.
In other words,
Killed
execute
the
the baby.
I think
Took him a while to catch up with the 2014 lingo from Cruella, but
I would say he's Trump coded.
Trump's good at this. ...
I've watched his content. It's not.
That was said sarcastically.
It's not super pro Trump. He's Trump coded though.
Ethan realizes Asmongold's role as a dangerous propagandist for the right and doesn't even mention his weird comments about the Holocaust.
The Holocaust probably happened.
But when it comes to Rashid, no charitability whatsoever. In the span of a few months, Ethan has praised or done some form of apologia for both Sam Hyde and Asmongold. This seriously makes me reconsider whether or not Ethan actually gives a fuck about anti-Semitism.
I mean, I could take these guys a little bit more seriously if it wasn't for this curly ass shit. Like these fucking double curls.
Yeah, that is disgusting.
Or if his priorities lie mainly in using the Israeli-Palestinian conflict as a proxy to attack content creators who are critical of him. Anti-Semitism is absolutely on the rise. A cursory scroll through platforms like Twitter will confirm that. But instead of targeting the actual culprits of anti-Semitism, Ethan is too busy doing apologia for them while solely targeting anti-Zionists. Ethan seems to think that just because the United States labels a group a terrorist organization, that settles the matter.
I gotta say, something's really disturbing me about the fact, I kind of know that he has this tendency. I noticed that he didn't have the kind of smoke for Ham Side. That's his name now. I noticed that he didn't have the same smoke for Sam Hyde that he did for Hassan, right? But when you really look at this, it fits into a broader trend, and that is a trend of pro-Israel voices, all right, downplaying the threat from right-wing reactionary anti-Semites, from Nazis, if you will, and upplaying the comparison between the pro-Palestine movement and Nazis, right? Like whether it be the ADL, sweeping for Elon Musk, or, what Ethan just said about Asmongold, the guy that literally did literally flirting with Holocaust denial, right? Hassan is doing a dog whistle with the bleach sword, but Asmongold, no, he's just Trump coded. He's not even really a Trump supporter. He's not pro-Trump. How could you say that? He's just a little bit Trump coded. That's all. It's weird. The alliance that's coming into view is an alliance of Zionists, both, reactionary Zionists and liberal Zionists, with the reactionary anti-Semitic, movement in the country. It's wild, and it's counterfactual. They're literally having to deny what is right in front of their face about Elon finding a tweet that proposes the that there's a great replacement going on, right? So in other words, immigration to replace the white population of the United States, and that the powers behind it are somehow, you know, Jewish, right? That's what Elon, you know, found this tweet, and he replied to it with, "You have said the actual truth, sir." And somehow that's not enough to get him in shit with the ADL. The ADL's still more worried about students at universities than somebody literally blaming Jewish people for immigration, right?
The US, the UK, Israel, and other Western forces are responsible for some of the most horrific atrocities known to man. The number of innocent people the US and Israel kill for political reasons is astronomical, according to Ethan's own definition of terrorism.
What is terrorism? It's intentionally targeting civilian population for political goals.
Israel.
Oh my god, it's literally what Ela did in fucking Ramallah, Ethan. Like, I love how he doesn't get it. I love how he doesn't get it. Like, he's like, why are people responding like this to Ela? You know, are they anti-Semitic because she's Israeli? Or is that their misogyny showing because she's a woman? And it's like, no, literally what you just described as terrorism is something that Ela talks about having participated in.
US and other Western nations would top the list. If Ethan truly despises terrorism as he claims, why hasn't he done full-length podcasts or videos about Israeli forces airstriking civilian residences in the middle of the night with no warning?
Because he's too busy with Warzone.
Come on, Ethan. I thought you don't like terrorism.
I don't like terrorism. I don't like it.
Isn't that ironic, chat? He's too busy with Warzone to talk about the real Warzone.
None of it.
Why doesn't he address the systematic use of rape and sexual violence by Israeli forces against Palestinians? In fact, he's engaged in rape denialism when it comes to this issue.
That's a huge claim. 15 Palestinian women were raped.
Mm-hmm.
I was sexually abused in photographs, she said. But like, what? I don't know.
What's up, Cosmopolitics? Good to see you.
What do you mean?
Is this a source?
You're asking if it's credible.
Yeah, yes, CARE is credible. I think, at least.
What is
CARE is
there's no source. There's like nothing here. Like shit. I mean, that's a pretty extraordinary claim. I mean, fuck. Like it's serious to say that the Israeli apparatus is using rape systemically.
Has Ethan done a full-length segment denouncing the right to rape protests in Israel?
I'm sorry, what? Oh god. Yeah, they literally, Israeli January 6th we're talking about here, where the soldiers that were responsible for the forced insertion of a hot metal rod into a man's rear end, they were going to be charged and they were going to stand trial, and a group gathered outside the prison, including members of the Israeli Knesset, including powerful politicians were in this group, and basically forced their way in and demanded that these soldiers be that they not be tried, and the Israeli government agreed to that.
People protested for the literal right to sexually abuse Palestinian prisoners without consequence. Maybe he did, and I just missed it. Has he mentioned the thousands of unjustly incarcerated Palestinians arrested on dubious security claims and subjected to this violence? For context, the security prisoner designation in Israel is widely criticized as an inhumane and politically motivated label used to justify the mistreatment of thousands of Palestinians. Under this system, Palestinians, many of them minors, can be detained indefinitely without charge or trial through administrative detention, subjected to military courts with conviction rates of over 99%, and denied basic legal rights. The label often conflates nonviolent political activism with terrorism, stripping detainees of the protections afforded to political prisoners under international law. This framework has enabled systematic abuses, including solitary confinement, denial of family visits, and torture during interrogations. So although I do not condone everything the Houthis have done, and I will never support any acts of violence against innocent civilians or human rights abuses, no matter who commits them, when it comes to standing up against Israel's genocide of the Palestinians, they are on the right side of history. They're willing to do something about a genocide, while others just spew their bullshit from Bel Air. To use an analogy that might resonate with Ethan, I think it's safe to say that Ethan probably doesn't think highly of the Soviets. But I'd be willing to bet that if I told him how they took out 80% of the Nazis, he would agree with me that they were the good guys in that situation.
Yeah, there we go.
Parties to the Genocide Convention are obligated to do what they can to prevent a genocide wherever it may occur. Yemen is a party to the convention, and the Houthis, who hold the most political power in the country, are attempting to fulfill that obligation by disrupting shipping and trade to economically pressure Israel and help stop the genocide of Palestinians. Legal arguments aside, I'd argue that the force trying to stop this mass slaughter has the moral high ground in this instance. Speaking of terrorism, specifically the definition Ethan himself uses, it's hard to ignore the fact that his own wife...
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals in my chat.
Fits that description. This isn't exactly breaking news. Many people have pointed this out before. But the facts remain. Ethan's wife, Ela, served in the IDF, an organization widely condemned for its role in terrorizing and illegally occupying Palestinian land. More than that, she chose to leave her role as a secretary and requested a transfer to Ramallah, an occupied Palestinian city. Why, you might ask? Because she was bored.
Forced up. Because what did you do? What was your role in the military?
At first, I was given a role that was like in an office somewhat close to my house in Tel Aviv.
Mm-hmm.
And it was kind of like going to a day job in an office.
So secretary.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And it was super boring and I really hated it. So I tried to change my role. I filled out that form and I tried it, and then I somehow ended up in a better place that I liked a lot more. Before it was a daily thing where you go back home every day, and the new one was in a way that was a base that was far from my house. So you go there for the whole week and then you come back for the weekend.
So you preferred that? Were you gone for a whole week?
I did.
Interesting. Why?
It was kind of like just more of an adventure, more of it.
Choki super chatted $6.66. Congrats on getting an apartment, Butterfly.
Thank you, Butterfly. Yeah, thank you for the super chat, and thank you for the congratulations. Yeah, and it's nice to finally be in my new home. Eating entirely too much fruit, and learning to make. I don't know, chat. I'm not gonna pat myself on the back and say that I understand how to make Thai food yet. I'm learning to cook with Thai ingredients. Let's just put it that way. I feel like there's a lot more to the cuisine than I completely understand right now. And, just with what I've got, I've just been cooking easy stuff, like, right, fried rice is really easy. You just put on garlic, shallots, ginger, peppers, mushrooms, and then some kind of, greens or something like that. And then cook it up, throw on a little coconut milk, and then put rice in there and stir it all up. And like, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. But yeah, thank you for the super chat, Choki, and thank you everybody for the congrats on the apartment. Like I said, chat, hopefully I'll have some more time soon, and I'll be able to take you all on an apartment tour and show you what I got going on here. And I do plan to be doing more content now, hopefully putting out some videos too. Food Network's Jet Tila is the food ambassador of Thailand and has free videos on YouTube. Yeah, I'll have to look those up. I need to teach myself or get taught on how to properly cook. I learned how Thai iced tea is made, right? The secret to making it authentically.
Different experience that I preferred than to just go to a boring job, sit on the computer and go back home at the end of every day. I don't know.
Were you doing secretary work there?
So I was in Dukhifat, which is like a brigade, I guess, that's in charge of the area of Ramallah. And that brigade has like a main officer So I was his secretary.
She voluntarily moved into an occupied territory to assist in military raids on Palestinian communities, not out of duty, but out of personal dissatisfaction with a desk job. She even referred to Ramallah as a terrorist city.
You told me once you went on like a mission with them
Mm-hmm.
to like a terrorist city.
Yeah.
That was kind of a crazy story.
Yeah.
See, now understand that this isn't just Ela, spreading propaganda about Ramallah, right? This is propaganda with a very specific purpose. And that purpose is to justify raids like the one that Ela's, about to talk about having gone on, right? This is a, the IDF does, raids random Palestinian homes in the West Bank in order to, I don't know what you call that other than terrorism. Just to sow fear, to make people feel uncomfortable in the West Bank, for them to know that at any moment, any night, they might have a forceful knock on their door that they cannot ignore. That knock is from the IDF, and they're going to come in, they're going to upturn your whole house. And, you just got to deal with that, right? Like, this is a well-documented strategy that Israel is using on the West Bank. And what Hila is describing is going along for one of these raids.
Yeah, my officers and like the soldiers in that brigade, they would go every night on a raid,
right,
in Ramallah to arrest terrorists.
While ignoring the fact that her presence as an IDF member facilitating raids in the city of Ramallah makes her the occupier and the one terrorizing people.
Did you have a gun on you?
I didn't.
You were not supposed to leave.
No, yeah, not really. But even if I walked with them to one house.
Okay.
I did get out of the car once, but surrounded with them. So.
Okay. Did they arrest anyone that night?
They did.
Did they bring it in the same car with you?
No.
Oh, different car.
There's a few cars going.
Damn, that's crazy. Was it like? How did you feel? Was it horrifying?
It was strange. Very, very weird.
How so?
You see people in the house, and then it's like the soldiers just walk into the house and look through their shit and find guns and the whole thing.
Or plant guns.
It's really surreal.
Fast forward to the present day, and Ethan Klein has the gall to say this about the people of the city she terrorized.
I think if you, as an Israeli, go to Ramallah, they'll kill you.
What do you mean you think?
I think
That's
I'm
a
saying
fact.
if you go there as Israeli, you take the turn there, you'll be died. They'll kill you.
This is like what I grew up in the Midwest, chat, and I remember there being yo Joel with the resubscribe and putting more time on the clock. So it looks like we will have. Oh my god, are we on ads right now? It's not playing ads, is it? Weasel. Wait, it's not Columbia Recon, I see your super sticker. I don't know why it didn't make a noise. I feel like, didn't super stickers used to make a noise? We need to fix that, chat. I've got to go through and make everything better.
It's not only killed, it's like lynched.
As if the occupied are the villains and not the occupiers. Ethan deliberately avoids engaging with this issue. Whenever it's brought up, he deflects by attacking a straw man, insisting that people just don't understand that his wife was a victim of mandatory conscription. But what he refuses to acknowledge is her conscious decision to transfer to a more adventurous role within the IDF, one where she actively participated in terrorizing innocent people. He constantly plays this card while ignoring the severity of her actions. He even had Mudahar on his show, who also basically reduced this controversy down to, Hila did mandatory service, so why are these crazy lefties so mad?
Every time I see like the anti-Ela train coming out there, it's like, so she did mandatory service, okay, now she's like a fucking baby killer or something, right? Like it's just It's one of those things where it's like massive jump in logic, you know, and nobody sits down and explains it.
Nobody sits down and explains it. Hi, Mudahar. I'm sitting down and I'm explaining it. Service in the IDF is bad across the board. Conscientious objectors like Tal Mitnick are based, and contrary to popular belief, he didn't have his life ruined by refusing to aid a genocidal military. But apart from that, Hila purposely left her desk job to engage in raids in illegally occupied territory because she was bored. Hope that clears it up. Also, since you don't take kindly to people speaking insensitively about military personnel, why didn't you call out your buddy Ethan when you were on his podcast and had the chance?
I'm personally looking forward to the podiatrist with PTSD from the Iraq War. I'm not like a military simp. I don't get the whole thank you
So wait, he's literally saying the same thing that Rogan was saying?
for your service thing. Yeah, I can see the podiatrist with the PTSD. He's sitting there looking at someone's foot, and then he has a flashback, and then the foot is severed. This isn't like World War II. You weren't drafted. You signed up to do a fucking job. You're being paid. You're there.
And the job,
you know what it was. I mean, nobody thanked me and my ass, or nobody thanked the fucking cashier at McDonald's for their service.
And the output is not good.
He's holding a severed foot because he's a flashback to Iraq War. His homie got blown up. Sorry about not having health care for you.
No, I'm gonna revise that. I feel like Ethan went a little bit further in his ideation and his fantasy of this Iraq War veteran suffering from PTSD.
Sorry about the burn pit. The good news is we will be putting a tiny little toothpick flag on your grave. What'd they die for?
Wait. So wait, that's America? Was that like a... Wait, this is early, right? Hila's got blonde hair. This is like a year or more ago. I don't know how many... Chat, this is like... So wait, was the That's America video like a... This was like an H... Oh wait, I feel like I covered this, right? Did I cover the first occurrence of the That's America meme?
Sorry about the burn pit. The good news is we will be putting a tiny little toothpick flag on your grave. What'd they die for?
So that we could have Monday off work.
Worth it. Shit, we need
Adrian D, I subscribe to say fuck Ethan based.
more troops to... No, I'm kidding.
But when someone wearing a hijab says similar shit,
Such vile, fucking disgusting language.
Oh, how out of touch do you gotta be? How privileged do you gotta be to sit
These slop tube guys stand for absolutely nothing. They have spines made out of gelatin. The only way I can begin to understand the cognitive
Are there weasels in Thailand? I don't think so, but I'll look into it.
dissonance Ethan displays is by accepting the fact that he applies a different set of rules to non-Westerners than he does to Westerners. Hila went out of her way to unnecessarily facilitate and ride along on raids in occupied territory, and she's not a terrorist, but this young Yemeni man who has endured nothing but death and destruction at the behest of Western-backed forces for his entire life is a terrorist because he hates the people who hate him. Alright. Ethan loves to throw around the terms terrorist and anti-Semite. He especially likes to direct those terms toward Hassan Piker, which I personally think is incredibly dishonest given that Hassan has time and time again denounced anti-Semitism for the evil that it is and highlighted how it differs from anti-Zionism.
Israel's doing this, yes.
The Jews.
Well, Israel's doing it, not the Jews
Well,
doing
Jewish
it.
people, right?
No, it's not. It's
They're not.
So one thing you have to understand is that like
a difference?
There
Enlighten me,
is
'cause
a
I'm just
major
asking.
difference because like what Saudi Arabia does is not about Islam. You know, it's not like ISIS is doing what they're doing for Islam. You know what I mean? I'm
Okay.
Muslim. I don't those guys. But either of those guys. You know what I mean?
But isn't Zionism? I'm so confused.
It's understandable that you're confused in this circumstance because like
So Israel's
both
not Jewish.
the Nazis who
Wait, what?
or love Israel doesn't matter. That believe that Israel must exist or believe that Israel.
Did he get, where does he get Israel's not Jewish from? Where did he get that? Like, is it Hassan said that, like, it's not the conflation, Hassan's trying to explain the problem of conflating Israel with the Jewish people, which, you know, Israel loves to do, and also, yeah, Nazis love to do. They love to blame everything that Israel does on the Jewish people. Is that where he's getting confused?
Israel must go away and that Jews control the media or whatever. Like both the Nazis
And Kanye.
and also Israel and Kanye. And also Israel itself claims that Israel is doing this for Judaism. And that if you criticize Israel, like I'm doing right now, I'm an anti-Semitic person. So because of that reason, a lot of people like yourself get confused. You're like, so the Jews are doing this? No.
Ethan, on the other hand, when he's not being blatantly anti-Semitic himself,
There's like stinky suit where like, bro, you have to be very generous to a Hasidic Jew.
loves to conflate the idea of Zionism with Judaism, not realizing the disservice that does to Judaism. Judaism is a beautiful ancient religion whose followers have been unjustly persecuted throughout history. Zionism, on the other hand, is a nationalist supremacist ideology. Its own founder, Theodor Herzl, described it as something colonial and noted that anti-Semites would become useful allies to the Zionist cause. When Ethan blurs the lines between these two fundamentally...
And that being for the reason that finding a homeland, you know, was the goal of Zionism. This was, remember, Theodor Herzl, godfather of Zionism, way back in the 1800s. And before they chose Israel, before they chose Palestine as the location for you know their colonial project, right? They looked at a variety of different places. The statement was a land without a people for a people without a land. Well, they didn't find a land without a people. They found they just moved the Palestinians off of there, right? But the reason that Herzl is saying this, anti-Semites will become our most dependable friends. Spooky how much that is happening. You know, the friendship between Zionists and anti-Semites. Spooky how much of a fist bump there really is between these two factions, right? Anti-Semitic countries will become our allies. This is Theodor Herzl, right? And the reason that he posited this was because what did those people want? They wanted Jewish people out of their countries. So if you create a homeland and you encourage Jewish people to move there, and, you know, particularly in anti-Semitic countries where, you know, they're in danger, they're going to, you know, want to move there, then the anti-Semites are like happy. They're like, oh, cool. We always wanted Jewish people out of our country, and now we've got that, right? That's what the deal with the devil that Theodor Herzl is talking about making here is all about, right?
different ideas, he does a disservice to Judaism by conflating it with an ideology rooted in ethno-religious supremacy and carried out through the ethnic cleansing of Palestine's native inhabitants. So when the Houthis see this conflation made by Zionists, it leads to their horrendous slogan where they use the term Jew instead of Zionist. This happens because the Zionist project and its useful idiots have done everything possible to blur the lines between these two ideologies, even though they should remain distinct. That conflation fuels real anti-Semitism, and Ethan bears some responsibility for perpetuating it. If we go back to the Yemeni teenager we mentioned earlier, it is true that he has used the term Jew in a terrible way.
Here he is singing a song with the words, "Do you threaten us with what we are waiting for, son of a Jew?"
But it's also true that Zionists in the Israeli state have deliberately worked to blur the lines between Judaism and Zionism.
I feel I am representing all the citizens of Israel, even those who do not agree with me, a representative of the entire Jewish people.
As Theodor Herzl himself pointed out, the more anti-Semitism rises as a result of this conflation, the more the Israeli state can justify its existence as a supposed safe haven for Jewish people. But as we saw with our guy from Yemen, when Hassan explained that many Jewish people actively support the Palestinian cause, he embraced them without hesitation. That's not anti-Semitism rooted in some deep-seated hatred of Jewish people. It's anger at those who weaponize Jewish identity to shield an ethno-nationalist project that has devastated countless Arab lives. When Jewish American political scientist Norman Finkelstein, whose parents survived the Holocaust, was challenged over his support for the Houthis, he said this:
I totally support the Houthis as a Jew. You said that, Norm.
Yeah, totally.
The Houthi flag says, God is the greatest, death to America, death to Israel, a curse upon the Jews, victory to Islam.
Mm-hmm.
How do you reconcile this?
I have no problem reconciling it for this very simple reason, and you'll allow me, you can disagree, I have no problem with that. From my first conscious moments in my own life, okay, my parents loathed the Germans. They didn't loathe the Nazis. They hated the Germans. Now, my parents were very decent human beings. The apple did not fall far from the tree. But I could understand that sentiment. The only The only Jews the Houthis have known are the Israelis. It's a regrettable fact that they don't know, have never experienced any other kinds of Jews. Do I wish the Houthis were more discriminating in their slogans? Of course I wish it. But do I understand where it comes from? Yes. And will that slogan of theirs color my appreciation of the fact that alone among the world's peoples, they are resorting to armed force to stop the genocide in Gaza? I have to ask myself the question, how would my parents have felt if this ragtag army happened to be situated on a point in the world's map where they could inflect the outcome of the final solution? And these people, this ragtag people, hailing back to the Middle Ages, they were investing all of their physical resources and moral energy to stopping the extermination. How would my parents react? Would they ask, what are their political slogans? I don't think so.
Ethan is now 18 months into his crusade against anyone to his left. He's used the Israeli-Palestinian conflict as a backdrop for his drama-driven attack videos, even as the genocide of Palestinians continues. His desperation to own his perceived enemies leads him to say things that are reprehensible. Case in point, he's once proudly announced he'd take his family to Israel and film how wonderful it is for his audience to see.
What I want to do is show you guys how I see Israel, because you don't see that. When you listen to Hassan and you hear all these fucking mega lefties talking about it like it's some super racist, crazy, like Jim Crow style of society. Like, I can't wait to show you guys how beautiful, how multicultural, how free it feels.
So yeah, it's just the part where was this the part where AB chimed in? No, this wasn't. This was before that, right?
For people, or just it's a beautiful place. It is. It's one of the most diverse places I've ever been.
Let's be clear. He said this about a country actively committing genocide, and as a white Jewish man, his experience there won't reflect the reality for Palestinians. Now, Ethan would refute my characterization of his statement by saying that he was referring to Israel proper.
You guys, how I see Israel.
Here we go. Here's the clip I was talking about.
Because you don't see that. When you listen to Hassan and you hear all these fucking mega lefties talking about it like it's some super racist, Oh my God, bro. You have no idea what you're talking about.
He's now talking
I'm
about
talking about Israel proper.
However, my criticism still stands.
So yeah, right after that, AB chimes in, and Olivia chimes in to tell Ethan, they were talking about Gaza. You can't, he wants to compartmentalize
it was so peaceful up here, but
Israel proper as some kind of a paragon of equality and diversity and, Jews and Muslims getting along together. And it's not even true in quote unquote Israel proper, but the fact that you have to just pretend that Gaza doesn't exist in order to make that narrative, it's very telling.
Apart from the fact that the Israeli state is actively committing genocide and praising even parts of it while this is happening is insane, Israel proper is not lacking in its discriminatory practices. There are tons, ranging from discriminatory planning and building laws, particularly in the Negev and in the Galilee. There are land laws that prioritize Jewish people, the anti-terror laws that disproportionately surveil and affect Arabs. Take the 2018 nation-state law, which declares Israel the nation-state of the Jewish people exclusively, downgrades Arabic from an official language, and promotes Jewish settlement as a national value. The implications of this law marginalize minorities. I don't blame Ethan for not exactly cluing into this oppression, but that's a testament to his privilege and ignorance, not the multiculturalism and tolerance of Israel.
We should move to Israel to spite them.
Ethan has admitted that he doesn't take criticism well. He deflects, shuts down, lashes out, and completely ceases to think critically.
When I'm criticized, I psychologically shut down. Obviously, I get super defensive and super irritable and super
aggressive towards those that criticize me in a way that's not healthy. And instead of learning from criticism, deflecting it all the time and making it the world's problem and not mine, right?
From taking aim at pro-Palestinian creators like Matt Lieb, who himself is a Jewish man, to doxing random Instagram users.
So yeah, that's the ultimate irony. If in fact, right, this is about, and you know, there's every chance this is true. This is about interpersonal toxicity, right? This is Ethan's reaction to getting criticized, right? Then what essentially that has done, if we were to take Ethan seriously, you know, and Hassan vouching for him as a, you know, as a good guy and a ally to the Palestinians, you know, when Hassan was defending him, right? If what he's saying is true, then what we're seeing is somebody losing his moral perspective entirely and endorsing something that he knows is wrong based on his reaction to criticism, based on like where the criticism comes from. Oh, the pro-Palestinians want to criticize me? Well, guess what? Maybe I'll move my family over to Israel and we'll have... Anyway, they don't show this, but after that he says we'll have lots of babies.
This one's real. We caught you, Joe. Public facing account.
Joe.
I see you. You wanted to be cute? Let's see it. Nice mustache. Strong entry. Here he is. If anyone, let's see if I know, can identify him at all.
Oh shit, that weenie truck he's in front of, that's in Dearborn.
Here's his mom. I'm not gonna clip that for her. Oh, no, you know what? Fuck him. This is what here's your mom. I wonder if she knows what you do on social media on your free time. You love your mama. Good thing she's not Jewish, eh, Joe?
Recently, Ethan declared that Hassan Piker should go to Gaza to do some journalism. When Ethan was greeted with the rebuttal that being a journalist in Gaza is incredibly dangerous, he and Ela downplayed the reality that Israel targets and kills journalists.
I can't get any security assurances against Israel, obviously.
Well, bro, it's not like Israel
that is worried.
Look,
about.
it's not like Israel's going to do a precision strike on Hassan. They don't fucking.
Yeah,
but it is dangerous. It's a war zone. Like I agree, it's dangerous.
They might. It's a war zone.
They may.
But what?
He was in the running for anti-Semite of the year. They may.
Nah,
I don't think you guys understand Israel. It doesn't work like that.
They're not. It's not like. But regardless, I agree. It's dangerous, right?
Yeah.
It's dangerous in a war zone,
right?
Not because Israel will like target him.
I don't think it's like that personally.
Claiming that, yes, going to Gaza would be dangerous, but that's because there's a war going on there, not because Israeli forces would purposefully target a journalist. They would never. Now, apart from the fact that constantly calling a genocide a war is a form of genocide denial and obfuscates the reality that a genocide and a war can occur concurrently, as is recognized by international law, and as we've seen in Srebrenica in 1995, Israel does in fact target journalists, medics, humanitarian workers, and so forth. Hundreds of journalists have been killed by Israeli forces since October 7th, 2023, some of which were literally burned alive. This is an issue that predates the current genocide in Gaza. There are infamous cases like that of Rachel Corrie, an American journalist who was run over by an Israeli bulldozer in 2003. Her death was then mocked by members of the IDF who made Rachel Corrie...
$5. Don't know if you noticed, but when Ethan said he wanted to have a lot of babies with Hilla in Israel, she ignored him. Someone is sleeping in the couch, rolling on the floor, laughing.
Uh-huh. Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. Thank you for the super chat. This is, Rachel Corrie, I, was not aware of, her journalism. My understanding was she was a college student on a trip to Israel, but yeah, what they're saying about the pancake thing is true. She was run over by a bulldozer while standing in front of a well in, oh my God, I'm trying to remember where she was. Rafah. She was in Rafah, I believe. She was, there was a well that the IDF bulldozer intended to demolish, right? Intended to, just for no reason, like, end the source of clean water that they had there, right? And Rachel Corrie stood in front of the bulldozer and did not move. And she was run over. And for that reason, in some right-wing corners of Israel, they have taken to making pancakes to celebrate the American college student that the IDF flattened.
Pancakes. Apart from just journalists, other volunteers or workers aren't safe either. In March of 2025, Israeli forces killed 15 Palestinian medics and buried them in a mass grave, and the list goes on and on and on. Will the H3 podcast ever retract their statements that Israel doesn't target journalists? Will they ever issue a correction? Will Ethan ever admit that he was wrong to attribute the entire death toll of the Syrian civil war to Hezbollah?
I said Hezbollah's killed a shit more load of Arabs than IDF has. You're saying that's not true? Because Hezbollah is credited with about 500,000 deaths in Syria.
Will H3 ever dedicate an episode to documenting the Israeli war crimes committed against the Palestinian people? Will they ever dedicate a full-length segment to talk about the wrongful persecution of innocent advocates for the Palestinian cause? People like Mahmoud Khalil, Mozen Madawi, or Romizia Ozturk. The H3 podcast is a very well-known program and has the ability to really highlight the degree to which pro-Palestinian advocates are wrongfully targeted, but the H3 podcast is too busy targeting them themselves. However, when it comes to pumping out episode after episode about how Hassan or other pro-Palestinian advocates like Noah Samson are bad, they're quick to turn on those cameras and start talking shit, and recently, even getting a little litigious. This whole situation has made one thing painfully clear. Ethan is absolutely desperate for drama. I mean, his whole show has always included elements of laughing at others instead of with them. He's even taken to creating this new segment where he makes fun of aspiring musicians on Instagram. But unfortunately, Ethan's bullying has transcended petty shit like that. He's now taken the most urgent humanitarian crisis of our time and turned it into an endless stream of hit pieces on people he dislikes. To wrap this up, one last example of how Ethan benefits from his role as a drama slop creator, whether he realizes it or not, is how his audience uses his just a silly internet guy persona to run defense for him.
Bro is still obsessing over Ethan, not like he makes a comedy podcast. I don't know. I don't think it's really funny to do genocide defense over and over again.
His fans push the narrative that since he's just a comedian, he shouldn't be treated as what he truly is, a dangerous source of misinformation with an ego so massive that it prevents him from issuing corrections or engaging in any adequate form of introspection.
And instead of learning from criticism, deflecting it all the time and making it the world's problem and not mine, right?
This is what I mean by weaponized ignorance. When massive creators with millions of subscribers cover contentious issues with half-truths, omissions, or outright lies, it's on the rest of us to call that out and hold them accountable. Ethan says he apologizes for everything he gets wrong and insists he never defends Israel.
Can you name one thing I've said in defense of Israel? Just one. Just one thing I've said in defense of Israel. Or like in defense of the IDF, really. I mean, you could defend Israel.
He even bragged that his wife apologized for calling international war criminal Yoav Gallant a really...
I mean, you did say that the IDF was serving the function, part of your, excuse for, that they serve the function of protecting people, right?
Really good guy, and claimed that he and his wife have no issue owning their mistakes.
That's how mature people do. That's how how you're supposed to handle yourself, isn't it? Like, what more do you want me to do?
I have no problem apologizing and admitting and whatever is needed when things happen.
So, Ethan, feel free to correct the record on your claims about Israel not targeting journalists, about Israel proper being a multicultural wonderland, about calling Ramallah a terrorist city while ignoring the fact that it's under illegal military occupation by a force known for actual terrorism, and the rest of the issues I laid out. For the record, I see no reason to hold things over someone's head if they sincerely apologize. The issue with Ethan is that he spreads so much disinformation, and whenever he's called out for it, he just attacks his critics instead of actually apologizing. So his bloviating about how mature he and Hila are when it comes to taking responsibility is, frankly, insulting. It's understandable why everything tends to get transformed into internet drama slop content, even topics that deserve more respect and responsibility than the medium of beef videos can offer. But one thing we can't afford to downplay is the fact that these drama videos are unfolding while a genocide looms in the background. Don't forget that, no matter how much Ethan Klein and his contemporaries obfuscate that reality.
Speaking of Ethan Klein, there's a whole bunch of his content over here on H3 that let's just take a look. Let's do the week in review. All right, so I'm happy to tell you that the stream on Friday was Lord of the Rings cosplay, and did not talk very much about Hassan, iDubbbz, anyone. But chat, what do we have right before this, right? So this is their cosplay, and like I don't know, there's bad stuff on this that I want to be petty about. Like apparently Dan wanted to play Gandalf, but Ethan Bigfooted him out of it. Ethan was like, "No, I will be Gandalf." And obviously Ethan should be the Hobbit. Like that. Obviously Ethan should be Bilbo Baggins, right? That's the. Anyway, chat. Anyway, but no, he's gonna be Gandalf. Even though I'm saying this, chat, because the host. Anyway, chat. I'm sorry. I'm gonna shut up about Lord of the Rings. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I'm gonna stop being petty. All right. Anyway, if I look at the Friday, sorry, that's the Friday show right there, right? If I go back to Wednesday, Hassan and iDubbbz caught in 4K. Monday, they sent 2 human skulls to my house. Friday, reacting to the entire iDubbbz video content cop. Wednesday, Ethan reacts to iDubbbz content cop. So yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4. We got 4 in a row here. And like I've watched little bits and pieces of all these. Now, what do we have left on our... We got about 20 minutes left. Or possibly more, chat, because it's all up to Twitch chat at this point, right? I watched Sean DeBlack's YouTube video. He did a really good job pointing it out. Oh, all the lies about... Yeah, he did a good job on... Ethan should be Gollum? Wait, who was Gollum? Somebody played Gollum. I'm thinking Jordan B. Peter... Wait, JBP is Bilbo? Wait, Jordan B. Peterson? Yeah, no, I've definitely seen Sean come with the receipts before. But anyway, we got 20 minutes left. We could have more. I've got the subathon thing up on YouTube. Now, this isn't like a real deal subathon. Otherwise, I would have started with more time on the board. I'm somewhat testing this out, but since I put it up there, if people do if anybody does sub or anything, it does put more time on the board. We are dangerously close, chat, to forcing Twitch to take less of a cut from my YouTube subs. So I don't know if we get more. I think we're really close to that level of subs. I'm kind of like looking for it. I can't find it on the Twitch. Look at that. That does it too. Just following the channel. Will put time back on the clock and give me more time to. Well, let's dive head first into this, chat. I'm like wondering which of this drama slop shall we engage in. I feel like the video where he wasn't ready for it yet, I think that's the one that's going to have the nuggets of joy.
The question is, or why they're posting. Apparently they're a Destiny fan, which is the most incriminating thing.
Okay, yeah, so this is the not just a Destiny fan, but kind of like an old school Destiny fan. Yo, Omega Star with the gifted sub to QT Cheeks. QT Cheeks, you just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing. And there's 6 more minutes on the... Oh my gosh. I did put that up on there, and, I'll do the extra time. And I'll also put this... wait, where does it go? Sorry I'm a little out of it today, chat. I do want to show you the apartment and so much more. But my brain is just not there today. Yo! Woody Red, you just got jellyfished. Thank you, Omega Star. You just got jellyfished, and that's a good... Look at that, 31 minutes. All right, so we got a little bit of time to play with here. We can do it like a real react to at least finish this. I just wanted to make a point about this Icarus Drown person, right? Because they're just like, okay, I have been tangentially involved with the Destiny community, and that, you know, they were a big part of Twitch Poll back in the day, back before Destiny was banned. Just so much of the drama that I've been through has involved Destiny. And Icarus Drowned is a name that I very much remember, right? This is a mega fan, somebody who's very prolific, somebody who's all around Twitter, and the interesting thing about this person is apparently they deleted their posting history in order to try to not leave a breadcrumb, but instead they activated the Streisand effect, right? Because when you go around deleting your comment history, it kind of makes it's like, what's up here? And what's up here is that this person seems to be, as iDub said, fixated on making Ethan crash out, posting things to the H3 subreddit that will cause Ethan to crash out even more. And I would say farming drama, if I was to put it succinctly. So yeah, that's Icarus Drowned. Also, yo, what is that, a hype train? Did Twitch manage to do a hype train? Yo, Joel, Savera, thank you for the 5 gifted. Energy Flow, you just got jellyfished. Socialist Malaki, you just got jellyfished. Rat Daddy, you just got jellyfished. And Amanda, you just got jellyfished. Also, Solid V2, you just got jellyfished as well. And the hype train is engaged. You got 3 minutes to possibly unlock random emotes. I don't know how it works, but maybe you do. I think you can get extra emotes if you sub or give bits now. I think it will result in, is it the whole chat that gets more? They're showing me the emotes. Oh, is that a dog? No, it's a cat. Oh my god, it's a cat getting, somebody's putting a collar around the, anyway. That's put us back up to 40 minutes. We got 40 minutes on the board, so we are, yeah, look at that. I left it up to Twitch, and they indeed did make the stream last longer, giving us a little bit of time to finish this Ethan slop tent that we did not get to last week.
Right. I don't know why my mind didn't go there. I thought it was going to be something.
If Destiny was my roommate, I'd get him laid all the time.
His point is actually that, dude, if you see a post on Reddit with thousands of upvotes, you have an obligation to do a deep dive on the person who posted it before you talk about it.
Well, to be fair, I do usually do that when I'm like, see a post that I think is kind of sussy, and I look at the account and see where they're like posting or whatever.
Well, but AB was Gollum. Chat. Would it be petty of me to be bothered by that? Do you think that's petty? Am I reaching in saying that? I don't know, chat. I don't know. Something disturbs me about AB being Gollum.
What I was going to say is that he's showing a comment from Snark.
Right.
He said that. iDubbbz is on H3 Snark. Let that sink in.
Sick.
And he cares.
You've been eating out of Destiny's ass for the last year and a half. Let that sink in.
He cares so much about our crew.
Like, you're just pouring cereal in there and milk, and they're like just digging in. Breakfast of Champions, Ethan. Like, literally shit that Destiny has already chewed up, digested, and pooped out. You are rehashing, you are laundering Destiny's shit. You are putting it through the washer and pretending like, oh, totally new thing for Hassan to have to be accountable about, even though it's rehashed Destiny shit. Like you have affixed your mouth like a lamprey onto the end of Destiny's butt and are now extruding all of his cancel material for Hassan. Oh, that's so weird. Chat, I feel like we've got conflicting notifications. And I understand why now. Omega Star, thank you for the 100 bits. Oh no, that hype train just ran out. All right, level 3, or level 2, is it at level 2? I think it's at level 2. That's not bad. That's a level 2 hype train. I believe you got some emotes there. Oh, look, it's this one. It's the respectfully no. Respectfully no. But anyway, level 2, that's pretty cool. And choo choo. Yeah. And 37 minutes on the board. So yeah, thank Twitch, YouTube chat, because they're making the stream go longer. Yo, we got... Does the shaky Gurgas work? I gotta test this out. They should work. There's no reason that the shaky Gurgas would not work, right? Post them. Okay, yes! Oh, yes! Look at that, chat. Gurgification. Oh my god, all the Gurgas you could possibly want. Anyway, I'm not gonna waste this extra time that Twitch chat has given me. I'm gonna make use of it. But yeah, no, this is just disturbing.
Is on H3 Snark. Let that sink in.
Sick.
And he cares to care so much about our crew members.
Points this out. I'm sorry, but to anybody else, they don't fucking care. You were on H3 Snark. Somehow Ethan has turned this into a no-go zone, right? You're evil if you're found within proximity of H3 Snark. The Destiny thing isn't so much like, you're evil for endorsing Destiny. It's just like that shit's already been dealt with. That shit is old news. And what Ethan is doing is laundering it and rehashing it and trying to give it a second life, right?
Out is to make Ethan crash out. One of the users on the Snark Reddit...
Bro, you are actually on H3 Snark. That is so embarrassing.
Yeah.
Is it?
So apparently the most reputable place that's never lied about me is his source for this is a comment on Snark?
A top 1% comment.
I'm sorry, but I'll back it up. All right, what does the comment say? Icarus Drowned is a lifelong Destiny fan. Yes, as somebody who's dealt with Destiny and its community way more than I ever wanted to, right? Icarus Drowned is a name that I'm used to seeing. That part is true. Who deleted their post history? I can't attest to that, but somebody bring up their post. I don't know. Is there any way to verify that they deleted their post history? Started solely posting on H3 Productions a few months ago to manipulate. See, the Reddit stuff I can't validate, but he posts nonstop on Dalaban Twitter. Yes, that's mostly where I've seen him. Usually harassing whatever their newest target is. I've seen that. In this case, Ludwig and QT Cinderella. So, but I mean, most of what the stuff that they're saying that I have knowledge of checks out. Like that this is true.
That's her.
My mind is bending.
Power user.
So embarrassing.
Listen to the person listen to the person who obsessively hate watches you, Ethan. Come on.
Okay, I don't know if this is real, but there is a super chat from somebody named Icarus saying, "I'm Icarus Drowned. I'm literally just a liberal and a Jew." Okay.
Oh, well, there we go. I'm sorry, chat. I'm sorry. I guess they were just a liberal and a Jew. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I was wrong, Chad. I must have been thinking of Icarus something else. Icarus Falls or Icarus Flies or Icarus Flops or something. I don't know, Chad. Apparently they're liberal and they're a Jew, so it's okay.
Busted. We found out he's Jewish.
And for the record, chat, that is what most of Destiny's community would claim, including the people who enact the harassment campaigns against the perceived enemies of the Taliban.
Well, I
think they're more concerned about lifelong Destiny fan, because this is like the.
But
this is where
they're in our chat. They're in our chat, and they've just assuaged any concern. So there we go.
It all ties back.
If that was true, show the evidence of that, not one comment. On
maybe
snark.
Unpause.
Holy shit.
Unpause.
And again, not that it even fucking matters, but go on.
Out. They're like, I've seen this account before. This account has scraped its history, and it's now trying to make Ethan burn bridges. This is what.
That's it.
You're getting farmed by these assholes, Ethan. You're getting farmed. God.
Do you know that that's it?
He's moved on. One comment on snark.
Okay. Right.
Has proven that Destiny fans are hijacking my brain to be offended by anti-Semitism.
It doesn't take much, does it? Icarus Drowned last comment was, I would love to hear Harley discuss this on the podcast. Is that Harley from Epic Mealtime? He's funny and isn't afraid to speak the truth without mincing words. Icarus also posted, Dan Clancy doesn't care about anti-Semitism. Let his boss, Steve Boom, know how you feel about that. Well, yeah.
Within Ethan's own community. Like, this is the thing that he needs to be critical of. It's not me. So yes, I am willing to admit that my former editor was being very nasty, uncharitable, and fucked up.
I'm gonna make some more of this tea.
But Ethan and Hila are doing the same shit on their podcast. So I don't want to fucking hear it.
Terrorist supporter.
The CEO of Twitch.
Pedophile.
Now I'm going...
Wait, what?
You of all people should find that funny. You can't be serious, bro. You can't be serious right now.
Oh,
holy fuck. Holy fuck, bro.
Ethan and Hila are doing...
By the way, I call Hassan a terrorist supporter because he literally is. Like, he literally is a terrorist supporter. Provably.
He's got 5 gifted from Mudahar, by the way.
Oh, what's
Shout
up,
out,
player?
Some ordinary gamer.
I saw he made a comment. I missed it.
I put in the chat.
Mega Awesome Nerd, one of our mods, says Snark literally said I was a liar for saying I saw racist shit on them, even though I found a thread in 2 seconds where the top comment is like, Avery is Ethan's token black.
There you go. Stop seeking out stuff that will annoy you.
This man made a content cop where his primary evidence is one comment on Snark. Wow.
The same shit on their podcast. So I don't want to fucking hear it.
Terrorist supporter.
The CEO of Twitch.
Pedophile. That guy's...
Is it not given any...
All right, let's see if we can get some color change here.
I don't want to fucking hear it.
Terrorist supporter.
The CEO of Twitch.
Pedophile.
Now...
All right, let's see if we... Okay, so I squeezed 2 limes in there. I've got like 4 limes. No, wait. Yeah, 4 limes total in here. I'm about to pour the liquid. Here, let me just take this out of here, and then I will pour the blue liquid, and we'll see if we can get it to turn... what is it supposed to turn, like purple or pink? But I'll be happy if we can get purple. All right, blue liquid. Oh, is that a little bit of purple? I feel like I saw purple, chat. Did I see purple for a second there? Is it purpling? Is it purpling? Do we have a purple? What do you think, chat? Did we change from blue to purple? It's purplish. It's not blue, right? It's purple. Am I right about this, chat? Chat, is this real? Wait, it looks blue on camera, doesn't it? I swear to God, I'm seeing a purplish hue. What do you think, chat? Is it purplish? A sweet drink from the Romulan Empire? It looks like Romulan ale. Well, I'm about to make it sweet with the addition of coconut water. into here. Oh wait, I forgot the ice cubes. I mean, it's really good. I don't know, chat, though. What is it? What do you think? Is it blue? Is it purple? I feel like it changed. I got a little bit more purple. I'm going to have to try with more. I'm going to have to get more lime. That's what I'm going to have to. I only got 4 limes.
I'm going to.
And apparently that's not enough.
That's it. That's it. That's the own.
Oh my god, what is this edit? This video is so bad.
That's the own, guys. So far, his.
I don't know. I thought he kind of cooked. Wait, let's rewind it.
Black.
There you go. Stop seeking out stuff that will annoy you.
This man made a content cop where his primary evidence is one comment on snark.
Yeah, but what? It's striking to me that Ethan is being so obviously manipulated by, the age-old enemy of Hassan, and that community, right? It is striking to me, but I don't think that's the mainstay of iDubbbz's video. Anybody understand why Ethan seems to think that is like iDubbbz's main point?
Wow.
I need ice cubes.
Same shit on their podcast. So I don't want to fucking hear it.
Terrorist supporter.
The CEO of Twitch.
Pedophile. That guy's.
Is it not given any more context? Is he just like popped?
No, that's it.
So I don't want to fucking hear it.
Terrorist supporter.
The CEO of Twitch.
Pedophile.
Now I'm going to watch and.
That's it. That's it. That's the own.
Oh my god, what is this edit? This video is so bad.
That's the own, guys. So far, his evidence is me saying I think the river to sea is offensive and explaining why. Or explaining why Israelis are uncomfortable with it. I was even more delicate with the way I said it. One comment from Snark. Is that it? Was there something else?
You scrolled a Twitter thread that had a bunch of Hitlers, which again, even after you, I didn't really understand your explanation. I don't really get the point that he was trying to make.
There. Oh, him? No, me either.
I think like I said, I think he's saying is you seeking it out, but it's your fault for seeing that.
That's what he's saying.
From what I understand,
it's such a weird point
And
that I
also
guess it's
for
just
sending
like
your
not getting
employees
through
to
me.
send you stuff like that, which we don't, and you guys don't. So he's wrong and wrong.
Yeah, that's definitely what he's saying. I don't want to see any other.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? You don't think Ethan's employees send him that shit? No, where does it come from then? Where does the fuel for War Room come from if not that there's a general understanding that Ethan wants to see anything that is like about Hassan or Frogan or any of his enemies, and that there's kind of like a informal bounty on this stuff.
Another way to interpret it.
Respond to the 2 podcast streams where Ethan.
Does he do all the research himself? Does Ethan do research?
Neela call us spineless cowards.
Check.
Yep.
Looks like that dart hit a bullseye. Anyway, this guy was saying shit like that Hila's a Nazi, that she kills kids, that she went on she's a IDF baby killer, all this types of shit. And that's showing up right up on us Nisa's and iDubbbz's feed. My God.
Ethan is just desperate to dismiss it. At this point, they hadn't even watched the whole thing. Oh, yeah. So this is the, you want to know, chat, this is the Wednesday that the content cop came out. Ethan tries to giga chat it, tries to present like the look that he is unworried and unperturbed and that there is nothing that he's afraid to see in that content nuke by reacting to it right away. As the crew is trying to convince him to hold off, because they know that they can do a little bit better job of it if they actually do put some research in on it, right? And that's the result of that is the Friday stream, right? But I mean, this is Ethan getting through, I think, a total of 14 minutes of the content cop, just like by constantly pausing it. to the point where it just decontextualizes the whole thing.
Do you not see why that would upset me? Is that a mystery, my friend? Good fucking friends who I stood by after all these fucking years can't find a spine to speak up. You know why? Because they'll get murdered.
You don't know what's on my feed. What the fuck?
Well, you actually just described that you do see his tweets, and some you agree, and a couple you didn't.
Right, he actually...
the C word, so...
That's a good point, Eli.
Huh? I think I explained that she was, She was
interacting
with Froggy Fresh
interacted
still.
with it at some point. But Eli's point is even better. He literally just said that he's seen these tweets.
Yeah, he just said so himself. So.
And that he even agreed with some of them, but he didn't like them to not stir the pot or whatever. So, so it is.
He said
it is your
agreed with
feed.
most
That
of his
it
tweets.
sounds like it's your feed.
It is, yeah. Well, so the reason what I saw was Anissa interacting with Denims in chat, talking about how I was wrong and yada yada, and I'm like, well, that's fucked up considering. And by the way, let's not address what it is that was said about me, right? Clearly, that's not as bad as me calling you spineless, right?
Call us spineless cowards.
Anyway, this guy was saying shit like that Hila's a Nazi, that she kills kids, that she went on like she's like a IDF baby killer, all this types of shit, and that's showing up right up on us Nisas and I.
No, so let's just get it straight. What Neva Alone, thank you for following and extending the stream. Wait, how did you get the emote that big, Columbia Rican? Whoa, Twitch has got big emotes now. From the from when the content cop, yeah, exactly. When it dropped while Ethan was live.
iDubbbz feed. My good fucking friends who I stood by after all these fucking years can't find a spine to speak up. You know why? Because they'll get murdered.
You don't know what's on my feed. What the fuck is happening?
So that's what he's trying to claim, is that, like, we're iDubbbz to... Like I said, Chad, I think I've described this before better, that there's a dynamic that can happen sometimes when you've got either two friends or two friend groups that are fighting. And you might agree with one more than the other, but, you know, you stay out because it's not your fight. And that's kind of what iDubbbz had been doing. The closest thing to acknowledging what was going on, iDubbbz even did, was when he joked about having Ethan Klein versus Hassan Piker in the creator clash, right? But there's nothing that iDubbbz hasn't like shown his hand as far as who he agrees with and who he doesn't agree with. Ethan is saying, well, of course, obviously you've got to agree with me because look at this toxicity over here and yada, yada, yada. But he's too afraid. Like the idea that iDubbbz maybe doesn't even support, you know, Free Palestine. He's just, but he's afraid of getting blowback on social media. So that like somehow iDubbbz is really on his side, but he won't say. So this is the criticism that he's getting. This is the criticism that he's giving iDubbbz, is that, you know, you're obviously on my side, but you keep holding back, and it's because you're a coward. If that was true, the worst thing you could do is shit on the person that you perceive as being on your side, but too afraid to say anything, right? But in actuality, if iDubbbz is biting his tongue at all, it's because he doesn't want to jump in on a dog pile on Ethan. And then here comes Ethan burning the bridge anyway, right? So this is what you fucking get, asshole. This is what you get. Yo, Naturoon, resubscribing with Prime. On-screen celebration? Oh, that's what makes the... It's a new feature. I gotta look into this. God, Twitch has done so much new shit. And we can use this new shit, chat. We can use this to our advantage. Woody Red with the giant emote. Columbia Rican with the highlighted chat. And then Naturoon with the prime sub, extending the clock even longer.
For all you know, I
do.
You literally showed it.
Because you said it.
You literally just told us a minute ago.
You're on video.
I know what's on your feed. And I mean, clearly, right?
I know what's on your feed. Oh my God, this is so scary. Are there ways to like read somebody's Twitter feed? Like, is there some kind of tool that you can use to actually know what's on somebody's feed? But I think what he's trying to say is that Ethan has no way of knowing, you know, whether he's even seen the Froggy Fresh tweet or not.
Based on this video alone.
use the For You tab. For all you know,
This is your own? You don't know what's on my feed? Let's not...
No, you're making assumptions. That's what he's saying. That's what he's saying. Even if you happen to be right about some of the assumptions, it's kind of fucked up that you're making assumptions. Like, what he's saying is that you don't know this.
Address the fact that my friend called Gila a genocide murdering baby killer.
Wait, your friend did?
His friend.
Oh, his friend. Okay.
Let's not address that. Let's address this by saying, you don't know what's on my feed. Are we really?
You're being a creep. You're being a weirdo. You're overstepping the boundaries of a friendship, and thus forcing your friend, who has kind of been neutral about about you versus Hassan, to go and pick sides and be like, all right, if you're gonna be an asshole, then yeah, fuck yeah, I'm on Hassan's side.
Okay, we're really taking this on.
I only use lists. For all you know, I'm seeing these things tweeted out by...
The point is, you don't know how somebody else uses Twitter, right? If you did this shit to me, like, let's say, and there probably is some piece of shit person on Twitter that I used to be friendly with that said something that's like offensive to somebody else that I'm friends with. And luckily my friends aren't out there, at least to my knowledge, making streams about it, complaining about, like, oh my God, I can't believe that Irene didn't call out this person that she doesn't remember that she still follows, that stepped over the line in some place, right? And honestly, if they did, right, because chat, here's the truth about my Twitter activity. It's like nothing. I don't tweet anymore because fuck Elon. I haven't closed out my account, but I don't use it. I don't read it. I don't know what's on my feed, straight up. And with any other Twitter user, you don't fucking know what they're seeing and what they're not. That's what the point iDubbbz is making, is that it's kind of weird. It's kind of creepy of you to go in there and be like, oh, well, look, this guy, iDubbbz follows this guy, and yet iDubbbz has not made a call out post, right? What the thing is that Ethan is getting shit on day after day after day after day on Twitter, and he's like, but why don't my friends come in and defend me? And it's like, it might be because you're wrong. It might be because you're straight up wrong.
Editor of a year and a half ago and saying, God, that is nasty. I'm just not going to throw someone away because they're having a parasocial weird moment.
Okay. That's how you want to describe being a virulently fucking anti-Semitic and hateful.
But Elon, oh my God, I did it again, chat. I did it again. Ethan, you're having a weird parasocial moment. I think iDubbbz actually acknowledges that, right? Ethan, like, I don't know, this whole thing of like, why doesn't iDubbbz call out this person that I'm having a beef with? Like, that's weird parasocial behavior.
Weird moment.
He still made no mention that CPS was called on our children and that guy was
celebrating it. Justifying it. Is that a weird moment? Yeah.
You know who justified it? The guy that told a story in which his dog comes in with Giardia, then his child ends up with Giardia. He says, children, they're crawling all over the ground, they're putting everything in their mouth. Children, right? This is his explanation. And then when the crew asks about how do I not get it from you? How do I not contract giardia from you? His answer is like, well, the only way you could possibly get it is by eating my poop. So as long as you're not planning on doing that, you should be okay, right? That's the kind of thing that could legitimize and justify, the CPS call, right? You did it, Ethan. The call is coming from inside the house. You told on yourself. And whether, like, again, I always go back to this, right? Does Ethan exaggerate things for comedic effect? Probably. Most likely. Almost definitely, right? So could he have been exaggerating this? Yes. But at the same time, who went on H3 and told that story? Was it the person from TikTok who he's doing the soundbite of? Was it Froggy Fresh? Was it Denims? Was it Bad and Banana? No, it was you. It was you, Ethan.
Being a virulently fucking anti-Semitic and hateful as a weird moment.
He still made no mention that CPS was called on our children and that guy was
celebrating it, justifying it. Is that a weird moment? I mean, what are we doing, guys?
Just like I'm not going to throw Ethan Klein away.
Oh, you're really going to hit me with that face? You're going to hit me with that?
I feel like that's one of the more normal faces you've ever made.
The busted percent is climbing, dude.
Okay.
Bust Nation is winning.
You know what? I take it.
Say he's not gonna throw Ethan Klein away, and he's making a content cop.
Yeah, while he's doing it.
We're up to 53%, Bust Nation.
This is the nicest content cop that's ever been made. This is the most, benefit of the doubt, leaving a bridge back for you. This is the olive branch's content cop of all content cops, right? Leafy did not get an olive branch. Keemstar did not get an olive branch, right? Those people got fucking burned. In fact, I believe some of the people in the content cops got like symbolically unalived as part of the content cop.
I just want to say thank you all for your support. I think we can easily get that up to 60% by the end of the episode. Is Ethan busted? Yes or no? Get your vote to.
I am not
soon
busted.
As possible.
No, I am not busted. Yeah.
First, nasty. I'm just not going to throw someone away because they're having a parasocial weird moment. Just like I'm not going to throw Ethan Klein away because he's having a parasocial weird crash out.
Parasocial?
Is that not what you're doing?
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Standing up for anti-Semitism is you being
standing up for Wait, did she say standing up for anti-Semitism? I'm going to assume that Ela meant against anti-Semitism.
Weird crash out.
Parasocial?
Is that not what you're doing?
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Standing up for anti-Semitism is you being a parasocial crash out.
I don't know if
he's standing up against anti-Semitism, chat. In a world gone mad. Where everybody, and by everybody, we don't mean Sam Hyde, we don't mean Elon Musk, we don't mean Asmongold, we don't mean any of the actual anti-Semites, we mean pro-Palestinian movement people, right? Has uttered the anti-Semitic, phrase that Israel might be doing something bad in Gaza, right? One man stands up against it and fights back against all that anti-Semitism from Hassan and Frogan and Denims and all the other anti-Semites who don't want to see children getting fucking unalived in the worst ways possible.
Knows what that word means. What are you being parasocial with?
It shows like a callous disregard for my human experience.
Yeah.
It's like he's just subscribed to the crash out narrative, which is just dismissive.
Yeah.
So like I'm 100% right. It's
Were you being
You're 100% crashing out.
parasocial with though? I'm
not
still a little
parasocial.
lost.
He doesn't even know how to talk anymore.
Is that? I'm trying to think of a. Because presumably he's talking about you talking about either Hassan, like the overall Hassan thing, which is a person that you know, therefore it's not a parasocial thing. It's
Right.
just a social interaction. Or I guess the froggy guy? Are you being parasocial to the froggy guy, I guess? Froggy.
Doesn't parasocial require...
Oh.
You're making assumptions about iDubbbz's fucking Twitter habits, all right? Yes, it's parasocial. And yes, you know, it's pretty rare to be parasocial to somebody that you know, but Ethan, you found out how to do it. You crash out so hard that you managed that. You bent space and time to create a parasocial dynamic with someone you actually know. I know, it's kind of amazing.
Because we are calling Ian out maybe for not...
But I know...
But you guys are friends.
Yeah,
that's
I know
why
him
I'm
in
like,
real life.
I'm lost on that angle.
It's real, man.
I don't know. I think he doesn't know what he's saying, honestly.
By the way, I don't know if this is supposed to be like the answer to my Hassan video, which, again, not to toot my own horn, but fucking minute for minute, like my video is well researched, supported, tirelessly like edited, and this is just dog shit, bro. This is dog doo-doo.
Because they're having a parasocial weird moment. Just like I'm not going to throw Ethan Klein away because he's having a parasocial weird crash out.
Look, if I knew that you felt I was having a parasocial weird crash out, then I don't want you to be my friend anymore. That means that you have a callous disregard for my human experience, and I don't want to.
Yo, I didn't even think about this. The gall of Hila complaining about a visit from CPS, considering that she was part of a visit from the IDF in Ramallah. I drink blue drink. Yeah. Well, I'm trying to turn it into purple drink. Supposedly, if you put enough, if you lower the pH enough, it turns purple. But I'm gonna have to work on that. I'm gonna have to work on that more, chat. There's so much that I need to work on. I feel like, look, I feel bad about, oh my god, that's a giant emote. I feel so bad about being on stream and being so out of it. I even took a couple days off. You know, usually that makes me more fresh and vibrant. And yet, I don't know, chat. I just always get mad when I'm like not reacting hard enough. Did I see Hila dress up for Lord of the Rings? Yeah, who was she playing again? Holding an arrow like she was shooting a gun? Yeah, I saw part of that. Who was she aiming it at? Oh no, it was AB. Didn't she like aim an arrow at AB at some point? Time added for my sub on Twitch, did it? That's what I'm wondering about Play Something. If it was a Prime sub, then it would be like a little bit of time that got added. If it was like a full-on sub, then it would have been 6 minutes that got added. But I'm just trying to make sure that it's like, has it been adding all the time? That's one of the things I wanted to test, right? Because like I keep on talking about doing a subathon on Twitch, and I do want to do one, but I'm sort of trying to check. Like I'm a little bit worried that what happens is when I have notifications for Twitch and notifications for the subathon, I'm wondering, does it interfere, right? Like, in other words, could it like not give you the time because it's too busy doing the notification, the jellyfish thing, right? That's what I want to see is like, does the jellyfish still get
to be your friend? And does the jellyfish still get time on the board? Right, by the way.
Yeah.
So
totally.
It's actually even worse than I thought.
Yeah, actually.
So yeah, I mean, I was 100% right. And you are not a friend of mine, clearly. How many women I fucked? Hassan, by the way, thousands. Yeah, thousands. Oh, yeah, this is Hassan saying, Ethan, okay, whatever.
Weird crash out.
How many women I fucked? Hassan, by the way, thousands. Yeah, thousands. Let me ask Galia. These shoes do not go. I'm sorry. Oh my God.
What?
What are you doing? This is my crash out talking about his shoes. Do you know, Ian, that they're
obsessing about Hassan? Yes, that is literally your crash out. That is literally your crash out, right? Farming drama off a guy who stood up for you when you were saying, like, you're complaining about iDubbbz not standing up for you. Hassan stood up for you. Every single time somebody said that Ethan is like a hardcore, Zionist, he's, horrible guy, Hassan was like, no, you don't understand, right? He attributed everything that you said that was heartless and wrong to ignorance rather than malice. And then you turning around and turning this into a fucking drama, obsessing about a dude who's not talking back about you, who's not saying shit about you, who's perfectly happy to go his way and let you go yours a fucking year and a half after it happens. Yes, Ethan, this is your crash out. Congratulations for almost recognizing it.
There's 41 videos about me on Hassan, on all of his industrial complex.
Yeah, all of his industrial complex channels that he does himself.
In the last 30 days to my one.
Yo, he doesn't even understand the concept. He doesn't even understand that a video on Hasanabi Archive and a video on Hasanabi Productions that have a different thumbnail could actually be the same video. It could be the same content.
Do you know that? Galia, some ordinary gamer says, this is the weirdest art.
Yeah, Ethan, that's like if we held you responsible for every single video that got put out on one of your fan channels. Oh, wait, you don't have fan channels anymore. You did. Ethan's Basement is an example. Yeah. And until Ethan's Basement got fucking disgusted by your shit. Yeah, that's right. So you don't have to deal with this since you don't have fan channels. Since you don't have fans out there making videos, turning your segments into videos. Yo, Columbia Rican with the 100 bits and a little bit of time added. Yeah, you know the endless Hasanabi fan channels grind his gears. Apparently so. Well, he's jealous, I guess. I mean, a lot of this comes down to jealousy, doesn't it? Oh my God, chat, we got 2 minutes and 45 seconds left on the stream is weird, and it bothers me that we got to 200 and I didn't do 2 topics.
So it's okay for all these people to talk their misinfo, but you can't.
But at the same time, I've got to go over to my friend's house and collect his stuff that he wants to leave with me. Oh my God, chat, I don't know what to do.
Back and correct the record. Apparently not, because Jews, I mean, I have to say, because I can't imagine Mr. Woke, just discovered empathy, would say this about any other.
Mr. Woke.
But for some reason, he feels very comfortable coming out and telling a Jewish guy that he needs to stop being offended by all the anti-Semitism. That's really fucking interesting to me. Thousands. Yeah, thousands. Let me ask Galia. These shoes do not go. I'm sorry. Oh my God. Hassan's the type of dude who watches himself in the mirror when he has sex.
Watching me on it.
That's funny.
Okay, that was weird when you said that.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought it was funny.
Well, I'm sure, but
it's like
made me uncomfortable. I don't know. I don't like it.
Really? It's to me that is like so Hassan.
It's the scene.
Like, he's in love with his stuff.
Yeah, he is.
It's weird when you like.
Chat, I'm supposed to end the stream when the time ends. We'll do a real subathon at some point, chat. I wanted to test this out. I'm still not sure how much this works. Thank you to the mods. Thank you to Thumb Gang. Thank you again to my Patreons. Let me read out your names once again. Thank you to Oral Ellipsis. Thank you to Temporal Insanity. Thank you to Steven Sayers. Thank you to Funky Monkey. Thank you to Shakespeare. Thank you to Sarah. Thank you to Nadia. Thank you to Moe Noib. Thank you to Crystal Saphira. Thank you to Jules K. Thank you to Jessica Bell. Thank you to Izzy Mandius. Thank you to Infallible Fowl. Thank you to Hot Ham Radio. Thank you to Good for Gabby. Thank you to Buffy Geek. Thank you to Animus. And a fancy thank you to Zerazerex, to Rachel K, and to Omega Star. Chat, I will be back again tomorrow, hopefully with more preparation and my brain being not as ADHD as it was today. I feel bad about that. We will do a Twitch subathon for real. If I can figure out how to do a dual stream subathon, we'll do that. But I think it only works on Twitch. But I got a little sense of what works and what doesn't. Did we decide?